morning, everybody. Hopefully everyone had a good and restful weekend. New trading week, new opportunities. Time to learn and try to make money from this market. Extract some more profitable trades. So this morning before the market opens, we'll be running through some of our expectations, some pre-market movers, something that we need to keep an eye on throughout the course of the day. As usual, we'll do our pre-market prep. If there's any tickers, individual tickers that you're all observing and want to talk about, feel free to stick them in the chat. We're going to run through a few of our usual plays and suspects and ultimately see if we can find some day trade opportunities. That's primarily what this stream is for, day trading. However, we do discuss swing trades as well. But we like to use the day trade setups and the early volume to find those quick in and out opportunities. So we do have wholesale inventories at 10 a.m. today. 10 a.m. wholesale inventories. Obviously, all eyes will be on Apple throughout the course of the session with its conference coming up. In terms of some pre-market movers today, Axis Capital Holdings, AXS, RRX. But the really noticeable ones, you're going to look at O'Reilly Automotive, XPO Logistics, 5, FIVN, WBD, Warner Bros. Discovery, and Ginkgo Bioworks, so DNA. Some of the laggers, just looking for some volume. AppLovin obviously down, Robinhood down with some volume. ISRG seeing a little bit of volume in the pre-market. FICO, Bear Isaac Corp, that's also down slightly, but not too much volume in the pre-market. Alright, I'm going to pull up here to my main chart. We can scroll through things here. So obviously Hood is on watch here. We are seeing Hood come under some pressure on the back of the S&P 500 inclusion and therefore it not being included. So a little bit of negative news to hit the tape. Obviously Hood is still exceptionally elevated here. It is bouncing off of the lows, so give it some credit. It's trying to make a little bit of an intraday comeback, but I do think that this one can still see some downside into the 68 level. Obviously we are short Hood with some common shares and some put options. Put options are already in the money, so I'll consider how they open up in the pre-market or in the market at session stage to trim some, take some profits. That's probably the prudent thing to do. We're writing $74 June 20th puts, and common shares I'll at least hold for a little bit longer. My average on the common shares short is sitting at 75.90. 75.90 short. Common shares. Alright, so we'll keep that on watch. Let's take a look at AppLovin, APP. That's also gapping down slightly on the news. So you can see that APP has bounced significantly off of the lows, but coming in a touch here. Coming in a touch. In terms of where I would look for a bit of a bounce trade, if this name were to retest, let's go to the weekly chart here. Yeah, you're still pretty elevated on the grand scheme of things. Just throw up a quick fib retrace from this weekly low pivot. I guess 373.75 would be your first technical support, around that 373 to 375. We'll consider a bit of a long scalp there on APP. Let's look at Warner Bros. WBD. So that one's gapping up sharply. I don't know what the news is. Let's see if we can find the news. Oh, okay, so they want to split Warner Bros. WBD into two public companies. Very interesting. Not a share split, but they want to spin off the two companies, one company into two. Interesting. So there could be a continuation long on that again. I don't like chasing the gap ups, especially since you are trading into this little gap up zone here around 1050, but let's see where this trend line takes us on WBD. So it does look like WBD, just based off of this trend line resistance pivot high. So your pivot high, you're probably going to be pushing up into this 1078 zone, 1080. Maybe you do a little liquidity pierce sweep. And you can see a lot of these little pivots here. We actually draw a channel. We'll use a box actually. So you can see a little bit of a breakaway zone. This is where you had your impulse gap up, breakout, rejection here, all of this consolidation, lower boundary wicks. Again, another peekaboo attempt at a breakout, rejection, never really confirmed above here, and then a bigger rejection. So that 1083 is probably where WBD wants to go today. So I think that there could be an area to scalp long on a continuation move. I would love to see a retest this previous pivot high. But I wouldn't chase it up here yet. I would let it back and fill. And you can see it actually retested, pierced that in the pre-market all the way up to 1097. So that's pretty substantial. Paul saying Zena, Z-E-N-A. Yeah, it's gapping up from 429 to 469. I mean, realistically speaking, it's still inside of a whole bunch of chop, in my opinion. Tough name to trade there. It really is a tough name. But we can monitor that. I mean, I probably wouldn't be trading this guy. Microcap. See where it went in the pre-market. It is curling up. I suppose if you get a break of these pivot highs here, call it 480 break, then you could maybe squeeze into this wide range red bar around 580. So there is a potential. But if you start trading below that 429 weekly close, not a good sign. Absolutely not a good sign. Sarfar is looking at Walmart, WMT. Yeah, let's take a peek. Walmart's an interesting one. There is technically some support here that you're testing. Obviously, if you're excluding that little bit of a wick below dump. Let me see it on my other screen here. Looking at 103 on Walmart. It's trading at 97, or you're looking at an upside target. Yeah, Walmart's just sitting right on that 20-day moving average. Right on that 20-day. So there's a chance that it could absolutely push higher here. There's definitely a chance. I don't mind Walmart if you're trying to trade that on the long side. You have a pretty defined stop loss in my opinion. If you were to lose this impulse green candle here, call it 96.65, and you can use a daily chart close. Or if you want to be a little bit more conservative, you can do an hourly. If you were to lose this, then you just simply stop out. Yeah, a lot of upgrades today. I mean, we can scroll through some of those upgrade and downgrade lists. So in terms of upgrades, I have Fifth Third Bancorp got upgraded today. FITB, a lot of coverage initiation, downgrades SAR, downgrade Tesla, downgrade ISRG. ARM is reiterated. I'm just scrolling through some of the household names. Nice, Surfers and I are agreeing, 96.40 stop. Oklo's been upgraded. Getting a small little pop here. Oklo's in a bit of a distribution zone. It's a risky stock. I think there's definitely a chance that it can make a new high push. So this next short up is going to be tough. The IWM is performing very, very well today. That's actually ripping quite substantially. So it's outperforming the Qs and the S&P 500. That IWM is looking very strong today. Take a look at that. Making a new high intraday. IWM is breaking out here. Clear inverse head and shoulders trigger. And it looks like the IWM is now on the cusp. Next resistance is going to be at the 618.217. That could even be hit today if the markets want to trend, which would be putting the IWM up over 2%, well over 2%. So that's certainly the next target that I have in mind, 217. And then if we get a continuation move, I have this little previous trend line, this parallel channel that's kept IWM in check for quite a long time. So 217 upside target could be hit today. And then in the grand scheme of things, you're looking at a target of around 223, 224 upside after that continuation. But today's daily chart close on the IWM small caps could be extremely bullish. You haven't officially confirmed the breakout. You only broke out on Friday. Today is confirming that breakout. So I'm going to watch the volume trends on that particular ETF. Obviously with SPY's still doing very, very well as well. Trying to test that 600. You all know I have an upside target. First things first, I think we're looking at 613, 614, 625, and then end of year target around 660 potential. So I'm still very, very bullish on SPY. Obviously, we just need to get above these pre-market high pivots. But SPY is trying to trigger a few different patterns, bullish patterns, inverse head and shoulders, bull flag breakouts, depending on how you want to read the charts. Let's look at the Qs. So the Qs are interesting. I think there could be a bit of a lagging price action in the Qs. Simply speaking, for a couple reasons. Tesla, obviously Tesla's under pressure this morning. That's down a couple percent. Retesting potentially that closing price on Thursday, that closing low. Tesla still looks like it has downside to about 256. So realistically, considering we're still under this gap, in the short term, shorts are still favored for this stock to go lower. Obviously, keep in mind Tesla's one of those names that can rip your face off and have a 10% intraday swing. I don't like shorting it after this big fall, but technicals are saying it's going a touch lower. I think just for a longer term hold, it still remains a long. Let's look at Microsoft. Another reason the Qs could potentially come under pressure is Microsoft. That is running into a bit of daily chart resistance. And I think that Microsoft has been one of the powerhouse stocks really since its earnings gap up. It's just been grinding and trending higher. But this type of price action into this massive resistance trend line, you can see going all the way back to 2023 pivot, 24 pivot through this breakdown chop. Now you've simply retested that. You sweep the liquidity all-time high price. And I do think that there's profit taking set to occur in Microsoft. And I think that that profit can actually rotate into Apple. And I think it can also rotate into NVDA. I think NVIDIA is probably going to be pushing to test its all-time highs. So notice how out of the Mag 7s, Microsoft did make new highs. Apple's well below its highs. NVIDIA slightly below its all-time highs. You look at Meta also below its all-time highs. You look at Google, well below its all-time highs. You look at Amazon, also well below. So the trend so far, Microsoft is the first mega cap to still push for new all-time highs. Now the question is, are all the other mega caps going to follow suit over the next few weeks? There's that potential, and I think that that's probably a very likely scenario. Alright, let's look at some of the energy complex, and then we'll continue scanning for the pre-market. So WTI crude, obviously you know I'm all bullish on oil. We did take a couple positions as of last week in the oil space. We've traded XLE a couple times on the session, but oil's still looking, in my opinion, to push higher. So crude oil daily chart breakout looking pretty good. Some of the long positions that we're in, we're obviously holding $3 rig calls with plenty of time. We're already up on those calls. On Friday, I did issue an alert to go long CTRA. This just looks like a very, very strong powerhouse stock that's probably going to play catch up to some of the other names and push higher. A nice little inverse head and shoulders. We're testing this high volume liquidity gap. If we can break through that, then realistically we're going to push into this next gap around 27.30. So keep your eye on that ticker. I do think it boasts an opportunity. Now, not all energy stocks are created equal. I was really scanning on Friday to see which energy names we could go long. Obviously, XOM is one of those that I think will benefit as well. CVX, I think, is one that could benefit as well. I was looking at the XOP or going long XLE, but the problem with those is you do have a few energy stocks set to actually report or set to release their dividends. So I was looking at Marathon, MPC. That one name, that's a strong name as well. It's had its dividend out of the way. I was looking at Valero. Its dividend is complete. And then I was looking at Oxy. But the problem with Oxy is that it has its dividend coming up. So specifically, stocks like to sell off into their dividends. So not all of the energy names I think are going to be created equal. I would look for names that have had their dividend paid out already. So that's one of the reasons I chose CTRA. Okay. Let's scroll through a couple other things today. So we'll look at the US 10-year yield because it had that epic face-ripping rally on Friday. You can see the US 10-year yield broke down, confirmed the breakdown, has now done a really powerful retrace right back into the wedge pattern. So technically speaking, it has reclaimed the wedge. Now the question is, we had a failed breakdown, failed breakout here. Are we having a failed breakdown here? So we're still kind of at a 50-50 inflection point here on yields. I would still lean more bearish, but nevertheless, if yields can now take out and test this high pivot and get back above this downsloping trend line, then could be pushing higher on yields. One of the reasons why, here you have a low, higher low, potential higher low. Here you have a high, higher low. Obviously the next higher high is going to try to take out this pivot and probably test for this zone here. So a lot of interesting price action yields. We just got to be mindful that they're still very strong and elevated. All right, natural gas. So natural gas has just been still stuck. I still think we're going lower in natural gas. Really, it's trying to break out of this wedge pattern. The main pivot high that I see that it needs to clear is this 384.80, 385 zone, as that was your failed breakout zone. Until you get above that, I think you still have to lean bearish, and this is probably going to sub $3. Again, the only thing that would change my opinion would be if we get that daily chart close back above this little breakout trend line, and then you would need to see it confirm and push higher. But I still lean bearish on natural gas. Obviously it's down today on the session about 2.5%. So another bullish name that we are trading on the long side via swing trading, AI, that's gapping up today on the session by about 1.35%. So a very strong move for C3AI. All right, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin doing very, very well here. So this is now in an environment where you had a head and shoulders pattern trigger. That pattern got violated. Okay, the head and shoulders pattern on BTC was simply a bear trap, in my opinion now. BTC, let me pull up the other Bitcoin chart, is now heading to about 114, I believe. I think we're going to sweep this liquidity high and hit around 114, 115. It is at a near-term resistance, as you can see by this chart, but I do think that it has a strong chance of getting through the zone and doing a liquidity sweep of the high. That's where I think it could be setting up for another short, BTC. Obviously, the likes of Coin. I think Coin has a strong chance of testing its high today. MSTR, obviously, looks like it's forming a bear flag, but this bear flag should be negated and should push higher. That's what I'm thinking. All right. So crypto's certainly looking very, very strong. Let's look at Carvana. Carvana is another one that we are on the short side of CVNA. Nevertheless, I do think that Carvana has also been impacted by the inclusion of the S&P 500 not being included. So it is under a bit of pressure, down by about $7 here in the pre-market. I think CVNA is one of those stocks that have just been gobbled up in anticipation of being included in the S&P 500. You can see you've had a multi-week rally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of continuous upside. Then you had an 8th week here and a 9th week. So it's really been 9 consecutive higher weekly closes. That's pretty strong. And you're into a really, really big heaping zone of resistance here. As seen on the chart, you can connect this parallel channel back from 2023 all the way to this pivot high in 2024, and you're hitting that zone as we speak. So CVNA, I think, should fall back down to 300 bucks. But obviously, you keep in mind the market is looking to trend. So this name typically catches liquidity when the market is trending higher. But I do think it's run into a lot of resistance here. Let's look at FSLR. Another name we're trading on the long side for solar is still looking very, very good. I think at minimum, First Solar is heading to this gap fill around 177.93. Bart's looking at Micron MU for a short. I do like it as a short. That's actually a very solid day trade setup today. Very solid. You know, you can see these previous little pivot highs every time we get into this zone. I'm just going to draw this trend line here. Every time we get into the zone on Micron, it does seem to pull back. Alright, so I do like Micron for a short today. Where I'm specifically watching it, if Micron takes out the high today, that's where I'm going to be looking to short it. Not anytime sooner. I want to see it take out the high. Okay, let's go to the pre-market, see where it hit. Yeah, it needs to take out that high pivot. And it has a strong chance of doing so. It does. Yeah, the chart I actually looked at on the weekend, IONQ. And IONQ, I'm just making a note of Micron. I do like it as for a short here. I really, really like Micron. I just got to set it on my other chart. IONQ, let's take a peek. Yeah, so that's popping nicely. What are we up here? Wow, we're up over 10% already into that gap. Nice little falling wedge pattern breakout, back testing that 382. This is probably gonna at least today, this could try to test 44 to 45. I think we could try to test. You see these little resistance pivots where you had your big breakdown? And then you have this previous little high pivot zone where you had a sharp daily close at the high and then a big sell-off. So between 44 to 45, I think you could test today. That's actually looking very strong. Nice little observation there. I wish I took longs on this name, IONQ. But so far, Micron's really the one that I like on the short side. MU. And I'd actually consider some longs on Coinbase. Even though it's gapping up, Coinbase for a potential long looks intriguing. Let's look at SMPS. That's a nice little gap up on SMPS. Wow, 486 to 505. Very strong gap up, trying to get above this bearish trend line break. Let's look at Broadcom ABGO, because that's been under pressure lately. That's under pressure a little bit more still. Gold slightly green today. Nice little push up on MRK. That one's gapping up. We're obviously long that name. Let's look at SMCI. Nice little bounce on SMCI. I think SMCI is still going to push for 47 and higher. I like SMCI. Tesla's still trading down 2.2. UNH today, that's getting a nice little bid. Still holding this very tight range. Whichever way UNH breaks, if it breaks above this, what is it, 314 zone, it's probably going to push for 340. If it breaks below this little consolidation range, then I think we're testing the lows again. Let's look at our other favorite chart, XYZ. Still just grinding to target 1, guys. We are almost at target 1 for block XYZ. That's been pretty crazy. GE, obviously this was one of our newest shorts in the market. This has just been absolutely ridiculous, pretty much leaving this planet and going to space itself. It is a space related stock now. You can see the trend line pivot back in 2001. You can see these trend lines connecting. This is a monthly chart resistance. You have a negative divergence on the monthly, negative divergence on the weekly. Look at that weekly ascent. But obviously space stocks are the talk of the town and people are just trying to accumulate them. You also have names like ASTS, which aren't really as elevated, but catching a nice bid today. I think that there's a short on ASTS. If it were to get into the zone here, 33, 34 Pierce. You look at Rocket Labs, RKLB, another name that is trying to break out. This one's not as overbought, so I wouldn't short this name. This name's actually trying to potentially break out and trigger an inverse head and shoulder. So this name actually looks fairly bullish on the long side. If you can trigger a breakout of this little right shoulder, then you have a really substantial move here. I mean, this name could start to squeeze and push. I mean, you technically have a breakout target of, if you break this trend line, you technically have an upside target of about 47. Not going to hit there in one shot, but over the course of a couple months. And look at that, that trend line pivot high on the daily chart kind of intersects with that upside target. Very interesting. So there's a bit of a pairs trade. Maybe you can go long RKLB, Rocket Labs, and then short GE or ASTS. GE, I think, is a little bit more of an overbought name. We do have Oracle reporting earnings this week. Oracle is gapping up slightly here. Definitely another stock that is extremely elevated. Also tagging some resistance in the near term. This is one that I think could have an intraday reversal back to the downside. I have a quick short zone there. Obviously keep in mind that it's one of the beloved Wall Street favorites, but it does have earnings set to report on Wednesday. And it's had a pretty extensive run right into that resistance, very similar to what Microsoft has done. All right, we're about 14 minutes till the open here. Netflix is another name that's under pressure slightly, despite the markets are seeing some strength. Netflix is seeing a little bit of downside price. Kind of interesting there. Scrolling through my charts to see if I can see anything else. So Tesla's still struggling here. Again, hood, we take a peek at that. I think that one is set to go lower. A lot of buy the dips coming into that name, trying to chase it in anticipation. And one thing about hood and these S&P 500 stocks inclusion, so whether it's AppLovin, Carvana, IBKR, all of these names were bought up in anticipation of being included into the S&P 500. So the next S&P 500 rebalancing is only in September. So now we might have to wait until September for this name to be bought in, to be included into the S&P 500. So the question is, are we going to go through a bit of distribution for the next couple months until the next bull rally happens where people start to buy this stock in anticipation? I think that there's a strong chance and a plausible scenario for that. JP is saying there's a tariff meeting between US and China in London, and that can impact the markets. It can be good or bad depending on what is decided. planning to sell SPY 600 and 695 calls today. Interesting. Okay. We did take some new swing longs in SPY as well. We're still writing 600 July calls on SPY. Realistically on SPY, where we need to maintain price structure. Just keeping it simple, you want to still hold this trend line on SPY. You really don't want to break below that. If you break below this low pivot around 598, then you could head to 596.84, 595, and then ultimately you have this upsloping trend line on the 15-minute chart that I'm watching very, very closely. So I think the A plus setup today is looking at a short on Micron. I do like that. And there could be a bit of a pairs trade opportunity where we short Micron. Let's look at that NVDA chart, maybe long NVIDIA, or even, let's see, SMCI. That's still looking somewhat decent for an intraday continuation. Let's look at Okta. Let's see if the dust has settled on that name. So, you know, the dust has settled on Okta a bit. Definitely got that big bearish breakdown. Let's see the daily chart. Still looks a little bit vulnerable. No, I wouldn't trade Okta. Let's look at the SOX ETF. That one's okay. Let's look at AMD. AMD actually doesn't look too bad for a long trade. That's been grinding just slowly higher, higher, higher. That doesn't look too bad. Slightly elevated from your 7-day moving average, but AMD doesn't look too bad. I'm just trying to identify a pairs trade. If we were short Micron, is there another semi we could potentially take on the long side? And I think AMD, I mean, you have to recognize that it is holding above these little pivot zones here. So as long as AMD holds above this 115, 116 zone, I think it remains bullish and you can push it higher. Definitely. Thanks for that news article there, Paul. So the news on IONQ, that's causing it to pop substantially here. IONQ to buy Oxford Ionics for $1.08 billion to expand quantum computing research. Let's look at some of these quantum names. Let's look at Rigetti. That's popping up slightly as well. You know, RGTI is one that is into some support here. You got a bearish crossover the 7 and 20 a couple days ago, and it is looking like it wants to try to firm up and hold support here. So this is a name that could see a potential continuation with the markets. Looking quite interesting there. So 7 minutes to the open. Again, the only day trade I like to see here potential is going to be Micron short. I'm just scrolling through to see if there's any final names. AppLovin. Let's look at ISRG real quick. Yeah, that's gapping down as well. Tough name to short, usually. See what I'm seeing here. So ISRG is holding that first Fibonacci zone. I wouldn't short it off that. I think the next level is if you get a bounce, you're probably going to want to retest 546, so a $10 bounce, and then you could look for maybe a reshort continuation. Let's look at VRSN, VeriSign. That's under a bit of pressure. Not much though. Really not much. Again, we'll look at AppLovin again, seeing some volume in the pre-market. That's trading sub 400. I think this one gets a short down to 375. Don't know if that happens today. Most likely not. It's already down about 4%. So you're looking for about a 9%, 10% downside move to that first support zone, 236 fib. Your previous pivot highs off of this bull flag. Again, hood. That's still coming under pressure. I'm going to look to press these puts a little bit lower. I want to see these test some pre-market lows. Let's look at EFX, Equifax. Holding steady. Let's look at VFS. That's gapping up nicely today. VinFast Auto, that's a high short float. That one's a squeezy stock. Let's look at UMAC. That one's also pressing here, breaking out of that high pivot. Another name that if you break this high pivot, realistically there's not much resistance on UMAC until we hit that 1087 number. So definitely one that could squeeze. Let's look at ELAB. It is trending in the pre-market as well, above average volume. Nothing really there. Let's look at DocuSign because that did have a bit of pressure on Friday. It's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. DocuSign is holding that gap fill. Hasn't completely filled it yet. We'll quickly take a peek at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's still coming under pressure here, guys. Tesla is still under pressure. Into that gap fill. You lose that gap on Tesla, and I think that it's probably going to try to test the lows of the session, which could be a little bit detrimental to the Qs today and SPY. Alright, I'm going to flip you to the multiple charts now. Let's see what else is trending here. If you're on YouTube, please hit that like button. We're set for the open here. Again, I'm watching Micron, I'm watching Hood. Micron for a short. I'd love to see it sweep those high pivots. Some more coffee before the open. Never mind, we're 1 minute. All right, so we have SPY up, we have Apple up, we have Tesla up. Let's flip back to the main three. And we are set here. So again, Tesla testing pre-market low. Very, very bad. You have a potential bullish cross of the 5, 7, and on the 5-minute chart on SPY of the 7 and 20. Tesla breaking pre-market low. You're into that gap zone right now. Seeing a bit of buyers stepping into play. Hood is getting demolished. Hood is getting demolished. Look at this hood. Look at that. Sub 70, guys. I'm looking at trimming my puts right here. I just trimmed half of my puts there on hood. What a dump. Still holding common shares short. But I did trim half of my puts sub $70. Stunning little trade there. Tesla's buying, getting a buy the dip program here. Defending pre-market low on Tesla. You can risk the pre-market low wick here. If you're wanting to take it on the long side, you can risk that. SPY coming in. SPY's definitely coming in. Tesla getting dusted here. Micron still seeing some strength. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen, guys. A little bit more red. Tesla down over 4%. So Tesla under some substantial pressure here. SPY under a bit of pressure. Apple's trying to get a 1-minute chart bounce. Netflix. Big retrace on IONQ. Yeah, decent retrace there on IONQ. I'd let it fall a little bit more. We're definitely seeing some sell side pressure here. Markets are reversing here. Qs and SPY are negative. NVDA is still very strong, testing 144. Apple's remaining strong, guys. Apple and NVIDIA are trying to take the market by the scruff of the neck and push. Tesla's intriguing down here, but I still think we go a touch little lower. Tesla's certainly intriguing down here. I'm going to look at a SPY entry on the long side, guys. I'm going to look at a SPY entry. It's going to be high risk. I repeat, it's going to be high risk. Yields are still semi-flat. SPY and Qs are just hovering between the positive and negative side. NVDA green, Apple green, Microsoft flat, Tesla down, Amazon flat, Meta's flat, Google's positive, AMD's ripping. Wow, look at AMD. AMD is a monster today. Look at AMD. So semiconductor complex is ripping. SMCI seeing a bit of sell side off of that prior day high. That's okay. SPY is backtesting support. You can see it's kissing that trend line. I'd love to see it sweep below that, but we may not see that happen. Could just be trying to push here. NVIDIA still strong, getting a little bit of a pullback into prior week high. Let's look at Tesla again. Tesla still remaining somewhat firm. Again, so semiconductor complex is remaining the strongest here in the session, guys. Semiconductor complex is remaining the strongest. Hood is down 7% on the session. Nice dump on Hood. Really stunning dump. So took a trim on my hood common share short. We banked just over 9% in basically 2 days of trading. So I repeat, I took some profits on my hood puts, moving stop in the money on both the puts and the shares. So I trimmed those for a nice little gain. I think we could run into a scenario where the market tries to trend. We still have a potential inverse head and shoulders on SPY. That's looking likely. Tesla's getting a very sharp rebound right back through that gap. Take a look at tsla. A really strong push on Tesla, recapturing that gap fill. Let's look at Apple again. Apple is pushing right back up to the highs. Apple could break out here and test 207 and change. 207 and change on Apple is looking very good. Carvana still down by about 3%. KNW, whoa, that's up 132%. Warner Bros still pushing. Warner Bros, oh, I missed that short zone. But Warner Bros was an epic short, piercing through 11. I did not take a trade there. PYPD, nothing there. Archer Aviation getting a big rejection. Intel up a couple percent. NVTS, that's up 7. IONQ only up 2% now, and it did dip negative there. If anyone took IONQ, that's actually should be an area where we could see a bounce and a continuation. If the markets remain firm, IONQ could have a continuation move. Spike on sell H. So spike on sell H, definitely up 3.57%. Nice breakout. Let's look at Pepsi, because that also has about an 8.5% stake in Celsius. So it's interesting to see Pepsi just slowly dying here. And this is more of a swing trade. But with sell H breaking out, we should see Pepsi push. The CRCL, that's just shaking and moving here. QBTS under a bit of pressure. RGTI, that's still green. BBAI, that's slightly green. Alright, this market could absolutely rip. Tesla's looking like it's wanting to fill that gap to the upside, guys. Tesla does look like it wants to probably fill that gap. APLD, that's strong as well. AI just ripping, guys. That's up 2.52%. Nice move there. CoreWeave is still strong. But Tesla starting to shake and move. Natural gas down 4.2%. Carvana still dripping lower. Sorry, I didn't see that one. Let me look at Amazon real quick. Yeah, Amazon, a nice daily chart breakout here. That looks like it can squeeze. Amazon looks like it can squeeze for sure. That really, really does. Let's look at Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft is under a lot of pressure here. I think we could see Microsoft try to retest 468 today. That's dripping lower. Right into that gap fill, Microsoft could easily. So we're still seeing Tesla trying to firm up here, guys. Tesla is trying to firm up. Hood getting a bounce. Nice to see GE going slightly negative. Oracle's just a monster though. Let's look at Micron again. So no real day trades just yet for myself. I'm still looking and scanning. I mean, we've only had 15 minutes here. We're getting some 15-minute candles forming. So we'll see the opening range. Right now you are trading slightly bearish below some of the key moving averages on SPY. Heat map is mixed, as you can see. Very mixed price action across the board. That's what makes this for a little bit more of a choppier, volatile session. I still like Apple for continuation. Apple looks like it's very close to breaking out. You obviously have a fundamental news shift today in Apple with its WWDC. First Solar taking a bit of a beating here. SPY getting a nice buy the dip program. Tesla only down 1.25%. Tesla trying to recapture that prior day low. Very strong move for Tesla here, guys. Very strong move. IWM catching another bid higher. Gold and silver. Silver still seeing a continuation move higher. SPY's flat. Qs are slightly negative. IWM up 0.42%. IWM definitely selling off here. Microsoft down by $1.70. NVDA is still trying to stage a breakout. Still a very strong name. Looks like it's probably going for a push of high of day. Yeah, Xena up 30% still, Paul. Tesla now only down 1%. This is going for a potential green reversal. Red to green reversal on Tesla could be shaping up. It's a very strong bounce. Meta green still, Google still green, AMD ripping, SMCI still positive. You have the SOXX outperforming. That's up 1.88%. So we all know semiconductors typically lead this market higher and lower. And we're still seeing complete strength from semiconductors. All right. So just be mindful of that. Regional banks are green today. China stocks doing well. I want to look at the rest of the semiconductor complex. So I mean, I think it's pretty prudent to look for some semiconductor longs. Clearly there's money flow in semis today. Broadcom is still negative, so if that name firms up here, which it is, certainly is, AVGO, that's starting to try to catch a reversal off of the lows, which should help semis and the market go higher. Taiwan Semi, that's coming in a bit. Okta under pressure still. But I think Okta is probably going to catch a bit of a bounce very shortly. Markets are firming up, curling to the high side here. Look at ON. ON. ON is a nice potential continuation. That's a nice intraday breakout. Bull flag on ON. AMAT's still very strong. Let's look at Micron again. Yeah, Micron hasn't officially hit my short zone. Yeah, Rocket Lab is just surging here. Rocket Lab is surging. What about ASTS? Well, guys, ASTS is actually coming into a short zone here. ASTS. Wow. Alright guys, I'm looking at shorting ASTS with common shares here. ASTS, it's high risk. Space stocks are catching a huge amount of liquidity today, but I'm short. ASTS, it's a 1/4 position, 35.24. 35.24, I'm short ASTS. And you could want to sweep this high pivot liquidity here. We're bar pulling in now. ASTS coming in, guys. Nice little decline. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on, give us a little bit more, ASTS. Again, I'm short ASTS off the 35.24 level. We are seeing price fall here. I'm looking for at least 50 cents. We're in target right now. That's 1.5%. Come on. Next little dip, I'm trimming half of the position. Alright guys, I just trimmed half there on ASTS. I'm going to move stop to break even. Boom. Beautiful little trade there on ASTS. So bank 66 cents, 1.88% on ASTS. I have a break-even stop loss on this name. That was a quick scalp short within 2 minutes. Very, very quick trade. Very quick trade. Alright, SPY's dripping lower. ASTS is coming in a touch more. But this ASTS level should be pretty big in terms of where it's gone. You're doing an attempt at a breakout. People are chasing this long. We've had a really stellar move on the daily chart. Let's just see where this inverse head and shoulders could take us. So realistically, the upside is around 39.50, but that won't happen today. So again, break even on the rest of the remaining shares on ASTS. It's likely going to stop us out. Let's scan the markets for some more opportunities. Let's take a peek at IONQ again. That one's still just hovering. SPY is still trying to hover here and curl to the upside. Tesla still down 1%. Warner Bros still up about 9.9. Archer Aviation flying, NVTS. NVTS is a strong chart today. That's trying to break out as well in the daily, intraday, hourly, 4-hour chart. So NVTS, guys, I would keep that one on watch here. It's looking like a push higher is set to occur. Thoughts on CRCL? Yeah, I saw that in the pre-market pushing here. It's looking like it just doesn't have enough data for me. This is kind of just gambling. You know, it does look like it's reversing and wanting to potentially go back to gap fill. You are hitting your first little minor support pivot here on the intraday 1-minute chart, but it looks like it's going to reverse lower, honestly. All right, guys, I'm going to go long Tesla here, just common shares. And I'm going to use this prior day low, this 1-minute pivot as my stop loss. So I'm long Tesla 291.56, 291.56 just with common shares. I'm only going to take a one position entry. My stop loss is very tight. My stop loss is going to be a 1-minute close below this 290.79 zone. And ASTS stopped me out of the remainder of the shares, so that trade is done. We've printed one winner on the session. So I'm long 291.56 on Tesla. This is a day trade. I'm looking for it to squeeze into that gap. But a tight stop loss. I'm only taking a single entry. I'm also looking at entering 602 SPY calls. 602 SPY calls. Nice pop on Tesla. Alright guys, I'm taking 602 SPY calls. June 11th, 602 SPY calls. It's high risk. If you're wanting to be even more aggressive, you can take some 0DTE plays. That's certainly an area that it could push to, but I'm in 602 SPY calls. It was a day trade today. Tesla's pushing here. Nice bounce on Tesla, guys. Tesla's starting to move. Come on, Tesla, keep pushing. Keep pushing. Alright, Circle's being defended here. Circle CRCL is being defended at that low pivot high, so could try to push for a re-high of day as long as you don't take out that pivot. Rocket Lab's still very strong. IONQ only up a couple percent at the moment. Come on, Tesla, hit target. Tesla needs to hit target. We're looking for about a $3.50, $3.60 move. That would be a 1.24% gain on our Tesla commons. Come on, Tesla, keep pushing. SPY's starting to drip a little bit lower. Hood is still down 6%. NVDA still up 1.36. Netflix down 1. Natural gas down 4.64. Healthcare stocks are doing well today. First Solar taking a bit of a beating. WBD still up 11%. Alright, nice little bounce on SPY. Again, we're long SPY. And we're long Tesla. We're shaking and moving now, guys. Nice, nice. Here we go. Beautiful bounce on SPY off of that zone. Tesla's ripping here, guys. We are long, we are strong Tesla. Things are absolutely pushing to the high side here. Look at this move on Tesla, guys. Look at that bounce on SPY. Absolutely clinical. We bought that 10 a.m. bounce. Liquidity's coming in. You got that 30-minute opening candle starting to take place. Markets could be trending here. I repeat, markets could be trending. Microsoft and Tesla are your only mega caps that are down, but Tesla's trying to make a bullish recovery. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Guys, take a look at our rig calls. They are absolutely flying here. Intraday, breaking out to the high side. RIG, an oil stock, flying and printing to the high side here. Coming up into a little bit of resistance. If you clear this, you're going to have a squeeze into that gap. We're riding those $3 calls. Good to see. WTI crude still coming under a little bit of pressure intraday. Let's look at CTRA. That one's also trying to break out to another high of day. Good little move on CTRA. Let's look at the IWM again. That's still holding steady. Apple's trying to curl up to the high side here. Hood's still trading sub $70. Look at that ASTS again. That one's back above entry. We took profits. Come on. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Don't curl down. Tesla's still... Alright guys, I'm going to move a stop loss to in the money on Tesla. I'm protecting the trade. 292 stop loss. So I'm protecting the trade by about 44 cents. I repeat, just because I'm seeing SPY curl down here, I'm protecting the Tesla trade by 44 cents in the money stop. I do not want to let that trade go against me. So we're just protecting it. SPY, we're still long SPY. We took those June 11th 602 SPY calls. It's an aggressive trade. NVIDIA's still trying to push higher here. AMD still up 4.17. Again, it's tough for this market to decline if semis remain firm. And you have a lot of semiconductor charts just continuing to grind here. SOXX up 2.32%. Will we get some broad participation from the rest of the market? Look at the move on Tesla, guys. Alright, I'm moving my stop loss up on Tesla. I'm moving it to 292.56, so I'm protecting the trade by $1 full on Tesla. 292.56 in the money stop loss. $1 full guaranteed on Tesla. Nice continuation move. SPY trying to curl up to the high side here. So we printed one short winner on ASTS. Nice scalp. And we're in another 2-day trades today. The semiconductors across the board are looking very strong. Taiwan Semi, SMCI, Micron. Ooh, Micron's coming up into short zone, guys. Micron is coming up into short zone. Alright, we're going to watch this Micron. Look at this Micron chart, guys. We are sweeping the high pivot liquidity zone here, guys. We are sweeping the high pivot liquidity zone. I am very interested in shorting Micron. Very, very interested up here. Come on, give us a bigger sweep. Give us a bigger sweep. We're into a whole host of resistance here on MU. We're sweeping that liquidity, guys. Come on, Micron, give it to us. Sweep it, sweep it. A little bit more. A little more. All right, this is going to be a 1/3 position on Micron, guys. 1/3 position short on Micron. Come on. I'm looking for a little bit more of a wick higher. Oh, don't tell me that's it. Come on. It's still good above 111, but I wanted a little bit more. Come on. I want Micron to take out this little wick. I'm looking for about 111.27. Another 10 cents higher. Come on. Come on, Micron's almost there. 111.25 gets me very interested on Micron. 111.25. We hit it once. I want to see if we can retest that again. Come on, Micron. Ah, starting to fall a little bit. Tesla's sitting right on my stop loss. I have not stopped out as I'm waiting for a 1-minute close below. It's right on that zone right now as we speak. Micron's still pushing, guys. There's a chance that Micron could push for 112. So I'm not in yet, but I'm getting very, very close. Alright guys, I'm short Micron up there. That wick high spike, we hit target. I actually got picked right at the top there. 111.27, 111.27. This is a 1/3. It's my first entry short Micron. 111.27 short. 111.27 short. My first entry short on Micron. 111.27. My next fill is going to be about 111.67. And then just slightly above 112 would be my next entry. So you have my 3 short zones on MU. 111.27, 111.67, and 112.07. Still long SPY. NVIDIA is still trying to push here. Micron's a tough short. Natural gas getting clipped hard, down 5%. Tesla still trying to firm up here. A lot of accumulation occurring underneath this market. A lot of accumulation. SPY's starting to curl. Our calls are slightly green. Looking for a lot more. Again, 602 could be hit today on SPY. I repeat, 602 could be hit today on SPY. You're backtesting that 7 and 20 on the 15-minute chart. You backtested the 7 on the hourly chart. Still a little extended on the larger time frames, but nevertheless, SPY is looking very, very bullish, trying to reattack. Come on, Micron seeing a little bit of distribution here. Still have some shares long on Tesla off that 291.56 level. Gold up 0.4, silver up 1.6. S&P curling back to the high side here. Micron still trying to push. Yields are now negative. Anonymous saying, I think it comes down to NVIDIA breaking 144. Yep. And I am in the July 144 calls for NVIDIA. That was a swing with members. We're up on that position. I have not trimmed that position yet, as I think that NVIDIA, once it breaks this zone, NVIDIA is heading to 149. NVIDIA breaks this 144 zone, and we're going to have a very sharp, quick succession move to 149, in my opinion. SPY curling to the high side here. Our longs are looking good. Micron slightly down on our short. That's okay though, we got plenty of time. SPY starting to push. Micron's still strong. Micron's coming up into second entry short. 111.67 is my second fill on the short side. NVIDIA is still trading above 144. Apple's looking really good, up 1% on Apple. This could be a trender to the upside today. See what we get. Again, members, if you're wanting to trim your July 3rd 144 NVIDIA calls, I have no issues with that. We're almost up over 100% on those 144 NVIDIA calls. And we still got quite a bit of time on the clock. So I'm going to leave a little bit more room to run. But the prudent thing to do, we're up about 80-85%, climbing. We took the July 3rd 144 calls at $3 a con. They're now trading at $5.60. I'm looking for at least a double on those as we press. Apple's just starting to rip itself. Microsoft lagging a touch. AMD up 4%. SMCI starting to curl to the high side. SMCI, guys, take a look at this bullish chart on SMCI. It's actually breaking out of a 15-minute inverse head and shoulders. This is a clear little breakout on SMCI. A nice little breakout. This is one of our bigger call option swing positions. Micron, we're now green, guys. Micron, we're now green. It is dipping into our short level, so we're seeing a bit of distribution in Micron. So the 15-minute chart pattern on SMCI, guys, suggests a $44 target. That could be hit today. The way semiconductors are seeing money flow, 44 bucks on SMCI could be hit today. That's what this inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart is suggesting. Alright, so keep SMCI on watch because our calls are starting to shake and move a little bit. Alright, Micron's really starting to fall here, guys. We're now in the money. Come on. Please hit that like button and subscribe on YouTube. Any charts you guys are looking at, our SPY calls are working quite nicely at the moment. NVDA calls are working quite nicely. Come on, SPY. Keep grinding. Keep grinding. Look at the SOX. It's almost up 3% on the session. SOXX. Tesla's still seeing a little bit of distribution. It's really fighting this 293. It's still negative. Micron with a big green stick to the upside. Dips are just being bought. Look at Micron, guys. Alright, I just took my second fill on Micron. Pierced through my level. I got filled at 11,111.77. It's printing to the high side, Micron. That's my second entry short on Micron. Third entry short is a pierce of 112. 112.07. Wow, Micron is absolutely flying here. NVIDIA is flying, Micron's flying, Microsoft to the negative side. SPY is trying to curl the corner and go green. SPY calls are still trying to push. We're into a little bit of an area here on SPY, where if it can break out of this little trend line, it should start to trend for a new high. Should get a close well above 600 if we can break out of this little zone on the 1-minute chart. So I have a 2/3 position short on Micron, guys. 2/3 position short on Micron. My average is sitting at 111.77. 111.77. Sorry, that was my last fill. 111.52 is my average. There's still long SPY calls, long Tesla. I think you are right, Anonymous. Once NVIDIA clears this 144 level, we're going to be off to the races. Seeing a little bit of rejection off 144 yet again. And you can see that it's a really big resistance zone. You have a previous high pivot from Thursday, May 29th. You have a high pivot from February 14th. February 18th. We have a wide range red bar breakdown from January 24th. 144 is a big area. Look at the decline on Micron. We're basically back flat on the trade. I'd never officially tagged my 112.07 level, but we are flat on the trade on Micron. And this is a swing short level as well, guys. I don't really like it as a swing yet. Because we haven't tested these high pivots around 114. That's where I'm looking for a swing short on Micron. But definitely for a day trade, we are looking quite extended intraday. My target on Micron, I'm looking for about 50 cents. So sub 111. Let's try to 111 back test. Semis just keep getting bought up every single turn. Look at the SPY spike, guys. Those calls that we took are absolutely flying here. Again, we took them at the low here. That 10 a.m. candle. Let's flip this time zone here. New York. We're now trading at 10:01. Tesla's starting to perk up. SPY's still printing. Apple taking a bit of a breather. Bitcoin still up 1.67. Took a nice amount of profits on our hood puts and swings with members. That absolutely printed. Just over 9% on our hood swing trade. First trim. About 100% on the hood puts that we took on Friday. Very nice price action. Very nice. AI is still doing well. Carvana seeing a bit of distribution. First Solar seeing a bit of distribution. Hershey doing well today. ICLR slightly green. Merck green. Netflix down. SMCI climbing. Block XYZ, that's up on the session. GE slightly down. Alright, Tesla just went positive, guys. Spiking into gap fill. I'm raising stops. I'm raising stops on Tesla. 293.52. 293.52. My upside target on Tesla today, guys. Tesla's looking like it's wanting to test that 298 resistance. And then remember this tight consolidative range that Tesla traded in? Well, that level there. And then it finally had a breakout. That's probably where Tesla's looking to go again. So back into the 300 zone today. I could easily see Tesla. Look at Tesla ripping. Beautiful move on Tesla, guys. Beautiful move. I have not trimmed yet. I have not trimmed yet my day trade long. I just have an in the money stop at 293.50. We're locking in just basically about $2 per share. SPY's still grinding. We're still short Micron. Average 111.52. Long Tesla, long SPY, short Micron. Alright, well, let's see if there's any other charts. If you guys want to throw up any tickers that you're eyeing up. Come on, SPY, keep perking up. Tesla coming in a touch here. Yeah, Oracle is a beast today, surfers, I know. That thing just does not want to give up any sort of price action. ORCL is the ticker, just flying and printing yet again to the high side. Looks like it wants that gap. Gap is sitting at just above 181 and change. But yeah, it's just a monster, Oracle. Alright guys, Tesla just stopped me out there. I repeat, Tesla wicked me out for a nice little gain of just about over $2 per share. I'd look to re-enter Tesla around 290, just above 290. 290.40, 290.20, in around that zone. But Oracle is just an absolute monster. You know, extended on the daily, the 4 hour, the hourly, the 15, but no real bearish divergence yet. So you might just get a small pullback and then a potential continuation. So again, we have an inverse head and shoulders on SPY that is trying to trigger. Anonymous saying AVGO went positive. Let's take a peek at AVGO. Broadcom, yep, look at that. That did go positive. So again, continued strength in semis. I just added to my final entry on Micron, guys. I just got filled on my final entry on MU. 112.06. I have a full position short on Micron. My average is now sitting at 111.78. 111.78 short Micron. Let's look at NVIDIA's chart as well. So NVIDIA is still climbing above 144. So I have a full position short MU 111.78. Alright, SPY is still trying to climb here. So far we are 2 for 2. Short on ASTS worked well. Long on Tesla worked well. We are writing SPY 602 calls for June 11th. There's a nice little day trade. We are up on those. And right now we are short Micron. So we've taken 4 trades, closed 2, up on the 1, down slightly on Micron common shares. I'm even looking at some Micron puts here, but I'm just not. Semis are a tough short right now because you're seeing massive liquidity flow and the SOX and SMH are leading this market. So I've stayed away from Micron puts, even though they are looking like there could be a juicy trade back down to sub 111 here. So you could get about $1.20, $1.40 fall on Micron. I've just stayed away from it slightly. But beautiful trades. This morning, couple winners already booked in profits. Not crazy winners, but definitely nice to know that we've made money today. Surfer saying Micron can go to 128. Yeah, definitely on the swing side. I see Micron heading to 115, 114.90. But this is just a day trade short, right? I think that we're getting a liquidity sweep breakout of this downsloping trend line from pivot high to pivot high to pivot high. There should be some selling here. We should get a back test on Micron. I'd be pretty shocked if we don't. You're just sweeping through some stops right now. That's why Micron's kind of getting squeezy up here, because you're getting a lot of people stopping out thinking it's going to break out. But you're absolutely right. It could go to 128, but I think it needs a little bit of backing and filling. I mean, look how extended you are from that daily 7 moving average. You're like almost $8 above that daily 7 moving average. Micron does have a negative divergence on the hourly chart forming. 4-hour chart still looks okay. A little overbought on the 15. Let's look at Tesla again. So Tesla are dipping yet again. SPY trying to curl back lower. Netflix still struggling. SoFi seeing some volume today. That's trying to push for another new high. Hey guys, just jumping back into things here. So we are seeing a nice little decline in Micron, briefly taking us in the green here. Again, my average is 111.77. I'm looking for more downside, at least to around 111, where I consider trimming the position. 111 takes us right back into that previous pivot high. Ultimately, where I think Micron's probably heading today is 110.55, and then we'll have to reassess. From there, there's a nice little upsloping trend line on Micron, which it could even dip into this zone, call it sub 110. But Micron's a strong stock breaking out. It's doing a little liquidity sweep, trying to push higher and finally break that daily 200. Alright, SPY dipping. It was briefly in the 600 territory again, but you can clearly see it's still trying to form some higher lows, but under a bit of sell side pressure. But a nice little trade on Micron. We are green, so that could be our third winner on this session. NVDA pulling, almost tapping 145. Any other setups you guys looking at? As I will stay on the stream for another 5-10 minutes or so while we settle things out here. Then I'll tune you into a little bit of an afternoon trading space, and I'll be back on for Power Hour. IONQ again still dipping. Tesla putting in some, what appears to be some bullish consolidation on the 5-minute chart. Still negative on the session, so bears are in control, but it has had a significant bounce. SPY 5-minute trying to curl back up to the high side. Apple's really taking a dip here. Bitcoin's still trending here, pushing, trying to tempt 108. Surfers thinks Apple event would be sell the news type. I'm a little bit bullish on Apple, surprisingly. I actually think Apple's probably gonna try to press. Let's just look at this Apple chart here. So the hourly chart, you've been creating some higher highs, higher lows in the short term. Nice little parallel channel trading on Apple here, which I think Apple can get a spike to the high side and test this trend line of resistance, which would put it around, call it 207.70, 208 spike. That's where I think Apple's going to. Ultimately, Apple is potentially forming really two patterns here. One could argue a daily chart bear flag or bear wedge forming. or an inverse head and shoulders. But I still don't mind Apple in this vicinity. A lot of top wicks in this vicinity. I'm still writing Apple 225 Jan 16th calls. Jan 16th, 2026. Took them around the $9 entry. They are trading up nicely. So I still think Apple is going to play catch up to the other big three. Or sorry, the other big two, NVIDIA and Microsoft. I think you're going to see some distribution occur in Microsoft. And Apple might see some of that money flow. Microsoft's been very, very strong, elevated beyond belief. WTI crude, guys, look at crude oil here, shaking and moving. Look at crude oil going back to the highs. This is looking like it's going to break out. Nice strong 15-minute chart. Hourly chart looking bullish. 4-hour chart looking bullish. Daily chart looking even more bullish. Bullish crossover the 7 and 20. You have a minor bit of resistance trading here at this little trend line zone. Call it 65 bucks, but I think crude oil is probably heading to that 65 mark, and that could happen today. You have two confluence zones, this horizontal trend line and down sloping trend line. Does look fairly decent. So our rig calls are starting to print. RIG, rig calls, $3 calls are climbing and trying to get in the money here. Again, we said we were bullish on Friday with energy, so we layered into an additional long trade, which is CTRA. We issued CTRA to members, and it's looking quite nice. CTRA calls are almost in the money, guys. Our June 20th, sorry, June 27th, $26 calls are almost in the money on CTRA. So very nice price action there. NVIDIA breaking again, trying to curl back up to the high side. Let's look at SPY. SPY just got a bullish crossover on the 1 minute, shaping up for another bullish cross on the 5 minute. SPY still looking very, very strong here and constructive, like it wants to move higher. Come on, SPY. So notice how many times SPY in the last recent sessions has tested the 600 zone. Once, sold off. Twice, sold off. 3 times, sold off. 4 times, sold off. The more and more it tests this level, the more and more it means that it's going to exhaust the sellers. You are still seeing accumulation. This market wants to head higher, in my opinion. What time is the Apple event, guys? Does anyone know? I haven't really looked. Probably the afternoon? I don't think it's started yet. Alright, Micron right back to entry. JP saying SPY will depend on US-China tariff meeting results. Yeah, I think they're going to be constructive, right? You've had a relationship breakdown with Elon and Donald. I think that Donald's going to give some market positive news. But just technically speaking, market is still in an uptrend, very strong uptrend. And it's hard to ignore the money flow into semiconductors today. Risk assets are moving. IWM is leading the charge to the upside today. So I still remain bullish, very, very bullish. Again, we're slightly green on Micron. I think we're getting some commodities like oil signaling positive news on the tariff front. Thank you, Sarfraz. So Sarfraz identifying that the WWDC event is at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So 1 o'clock is when we could get a decent sized move in the markets with Apple on watch. So we'll keep Apple on watch. Again, Tesla's now up 0.56%. Great bullish recovery on Tesla. Again, Tesla's probably going to trade back inside of that tight range, that 300 zone. And what's interesting about Tesla is we finally have a potential little lower high in place. Sorry, a higher low in place. And if we look at, say, this 15-minute chart of Tesla, we take a parallel channel tool, draw it from those recent pivot lows. Maybe Tesla's going to chop inside of this parallel channel, which, you know, the high of this channel is upsloping, so it could be anywhere between 315 to 320. And that could be a potential little bear flag formation. So short-term bullish still. Medium-term slightly bearish on Tesla, long-term bullish. SPY still trading below 600, below 600. CoreWeave up 12%. CRWV up 12%. SMCI up 3.1%. So I'm still grinding. Micron, we're still short. We're up about 17 cents per share on Micron. Looking for another leg lower. Again, I still think Micron can potentially retest this previous pivot and then sub 111. That could easily happen today. Buy still trying to curl to the upside. Pretty slow tape right now.
George, you still here?
Yeah, he's listening.
Yeah, he's probably at work.
Just take a step away for a little bit. I'm still watching the charts. If anything crazy happens, I will jump back on the mic. As for the trades, we are still short Micron off the 111.77. That's a full position, so I am monitoring that closely. I'm looking for a profit target of around 111 for my first trim, which would be about 77-cent gain. And then I'm looking for profit target 2 around 110.60. So I still think that goes to the downside. I'm still holding SPY calls. I'm holding some shorter dated calls for 602 as kind of my day trade long today, expiring June 11th. I'm also holding July SPY calls with members. I'm holding NVDA calls with members. I'm holding a variety of energy stocks, semiconductor names. We're still bullish SMCI. We're still bullish for solar. We're still bullish Block XYZ. We're still bullish AI. I still think Apple's heading higher into the end of the year. I'm holding Jan 16th, 2026, 225 Apple calls, which I entered around $9. Overall, we have a lot of bullish setups in this market, but we have to be mindful that some individual names could see some distribution. The markets have been range bound around the 600 SPY zone. We've tested it 4 times and been rejected off of 600, but we're getting very close, in my opinion, to breaking out to the upside. NVIDIA members, our 144 July 3rd calls are in the money. I'm still looking for more profit. We went up over 100% on those contracts, but I'm still looking for a little bit more upside, okay? Bitcoin trying to recapture 108, that's looking very strong. Again, crude oil looking very strong. I think crude oil could be a little bit of a short-term signal that the tariff announcements between US and China might be positive. So we have a couple different positions in the energy space that we're maintaining bullish and long structure. Nevertheless, we'll see how this market wants to shape up. We are seeing a bit of sell side pressure coming into the tape as we speak. Microsoft and Tesla are back to the negative side. Micron is coming in for a lowercase h pattern, guys. Lowercase h pattern is potentially playing out on Micron.
I'm gonna cut the last NBIS $50 call for August 15th, up 475% from 180 to 1040.
Beast, bold, nice.
And I needed to cut something today. Tesla's giving me a headache right now.
Yeah. Sitting here looking
Working
at
out my brain.
this market struggling to get higher than this level, man. This is what we rejected yesterday, man. I grabbed some Q puts.
Tesla. Gold look like it's getting a push.
Let's go.
Bro, iRobot. This thing. Look at IRBT 1 hour and 2 hour chart. Even the 4 hour chart looks nice. Let me see. Where's this going? Oh, what? Over this level, it's in the gap up to $6. IRBT. Check the daily chart.
The gap is the reason why I even called the play out in the first place.
Yep.
Like that's the
Ready,
only thing
baby.
I reference every time I talk about it. I just didn't say it this morning, but
Yep.
kind of talked about that gap ad nauseum.
I'm gonna try those leads up.
Yeah, I'm only seeing some selling resistance would come in at $5, and then most of the big walls at $6 for iRobot.
Yeah, that's a level I have, $6.
So yeah, it could be a nice play.
Yeah, that could
Yeah, that's where you'll see the rejection. And I mean that's what about 50% from.
Look at this, bro. Look at Tesla, bro. Look at this Tesla.
Tesla's just a good way to lose money today.
Yeah, yep.
Now.
Today, if you want to lose money, play Tesla today.
Or you're just going to have to watch only Tesla all day. Damn, looks nasty on the 10 minutes, Tesla.
That's exactly what I'm looking at. That candle looks a nice rejection candle on Tesla.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low.
My Tesla puts are back in the money for August.
291.64. Is that where it's going? Our next level? It's definitely trading between those two levels. I should have listened to myself.
That was me last week on Friday. I wasn't. I had some psychological trading issues, or my head knew the answer, but my emotions were fucking me.
You know what it is? I haven't smoked yet. Hold on. Let me. Hold on.
I got young kids, so I was just sleep deprived.
Bro, SBIR. Spoke about it this morning again. It's up 6% and it's pushing. Spire Global.
All those cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Yeah, I'm gonna play commons for iRobot. Commissions are too expensive on my broker.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm in comment on
Yeah, I got the comment.
27 leads.
So I can't
Yeah,
pull this
pay-
up top just yet, but Cheddar Flow, massive NVIDIA at 7.5 out of the money put sales. Can't put it up top right now. I don't even know when I'll be able to.
Put sells, you said? Yeah, so okay, they think it's gonna keep going higher. Amazon says it's going to expand its discount on NVIDIA GPU instances to outcompete CoreWeave and hundreds of other cloud GPU training providers that have lowered prices nearly 80% in the past 2 months.
Yeah, I was just reading that, Barish. That's wild.
Yeah,
Are you reading that off of Roger's account?
yeah, exactly. Because I
Yeah.
saw he was talking something about the SOX, SOXS calls exploding.
Yeah, that guy's a great follow.
I think I followed him after you called him out. He has good insights.
GLD getting a push gold.
Anybody followed me on those EXK play this morning? It's up 12% now. I got the $5 calls this morning.
Is good vibes. I'm flat right now, basically. Just kind of looking at Q's and SPY, but it all seems pinned here right now. So yeah, I'm flat.
Hey, Butters, that KORU, that South Korea ETF is up 4% today.
Yep.
Thanks for that,
Yeah,
put,
it's
bro.
starting to go again.
Yeah, thank you.
Even the yen.
Lemonade is looking good today, up 2.36% as well.
Yeah, Lemonade's up. It's amazing. All the other insurance ones are down. Even Root is down. ROOT.
Yeah.
Broadcom's showing a lot of weakness. AV, Geo. It's pretty much the only semi that's down on my list right now.
I'm seeing a pullback across the market here. Visa just got a nice bounce off of 362 to 366 right now.
Guys, I just trimmed my Micron short first trim at 110.96. I repeat, first
Are
trim
we
on
about to
Micron.
waterfall?
First trim on Micron 110.96. Nice little short trade there. Banked just about over 80 cents per share. Beautiful little short trade. So that's 3 for 3. 3 for 3. We have one more SPY call. Obviously, we have time, a couple days on those contracts. I'm also looking at exiting my Palantir 127 calls, which are in the money. Selling the rest of my Palantir 127 calls. We're seeing the markets dip a little bit more here. And I moved my stop to break even on MU. You can do in the money, but I'm just going to do break even. So I sold half, moving stop to break even. Nice little trade there, guys. Nice little trade.
$5.98 looks like it's what's going to happen shortly.
So SPY's at a little bit of a troubling point here. Trying to break down potential 15-minute bearish cross of the 7 and 20 are very close to occurring. So we really don't want to see SPY lose this short-term moving average. So any sort of closes below this impulse green candle, call it 599.20, and SPY could be a bit of a short setup here. Names like NVDA have definitely seen a bit of profit taking off of the highs. Apple still remaining a little troublesome. Tesla still trying to push a little bit higher. Let's look at Broadcom. That's coming down. Let's look at Microsoft. That's holding 470. But nice little session on Micron. Beautiful trade. I still think Micron. So my second profit target, guys, on Micron is going to be below 110.60. So another 27 cents away. And considering we are in the driver's seat of this trade, this could even flush to this upsloping trend line, which could still put it at around sub 110. So I'm going to look for a pierce of this zone because I do like the fact that we had a nice little 1 minute consolidation, continuation rejection off of those short-term 1 minute moving averages. Micron is under a lot of pressure. All of you could have caught that trade. That was our A+ setup on Micron that we identified at the open. That was really the one trade that we were confident on. We got the high liquidity sweep, and that's it. So if you notice on recent sessions, and this is a bit of education, a very successful trading tactic that we've been using is just a low pivot liquidity sweep for longs, high pivot liquidity sweep for shorts. So if we want to just discuss the high pivot liquidity sweep on Micron, you swept Friday's high pivot. Your stock is overbought on the daily, larger term time frame. You're into a lot of resistance pivots. You're into downsloping resistance, horizontal resistance. And the market makers got a lot of shorts to cover. And we absolutely printed off of the reversal. So nice to see SPY curling back up to the upside as Micron is still falling. Again, 1 o'clock, we have potentially a decent move that could occur in Apple. NVIDIA is starting to fall a little bit sharper now. NVIDIA is actually looking semi-bearish, like it's waiting for that gap. So this is troublesome for the markets. The largest company is falling. The only real support I have on NVIDIA comes on this trend line, which we're about to test within about 20 to 30 cents. But NVIDIA is struggling here immensely. Potential little gap and crack. Interesting to see the SPY still trying to curl to the upside as NVIDIA is falling. Quite interesting. Look at Micron, guys. This thing is printing for us. Micron is absolutely printing for us. Again, that was identified in the pre-market, the level that we wanted. We waited patiently for the first 30 minutes to transpire, executed a full position on Micron, a full position. Come on, Micron, I'm getting into zone 2 here. Any sort of a quick dip on Micron's chart here, guys. I'm looking for a quick 5-minute heavy bar down. I'm going to look to cover. It's going to be a quick dip, I believe, that if Micron has a sharp sell-off on even the 1-minute chart, I'm going to look to cover in and around this 110.30 range to 110.10. Anywhere in this range. I think we should see a little bit more of a high volume dip. Let's see, 110. Come on, Micron. SPY is pushing, guys. SPY is pushing. We are getting a nice bounce in NVDA. Really solid bounce in NVIDIA off of that upsloping trend line that we discussed. This is an area to potentially scalp long the market. Tesla does look like it's trying to break out yet again and push higher.
Oh,
June
that's
6th.
pretty interesting.
That was an article from June 6th on Writers.
6. Oh, okay. I wonder why they want to block that.
I'm reading it now. I'll let you guys know if there's anything juicy in it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if they're confirming the date because I don't see anything other than news articles talking about this June 12th. That's a couple days away. I don't think that June 12th is going to be actually anything is going to happen.
Huh.
It's only Bloomberg that's been reporting it. There's been no confirmation.
NVIDIA is really dumping here. Have you guys been talking about that?
Yeah. I brought that up just now. Let me see where it's at right now.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been sitting here smoking. I haven't looked at it. I'm just looking at the Qs because I'm in some Q puts.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about to hit the level I called out 142.49 to the downside. Below that I have 141.76.
Yeah, Apple and Tesla are bringing the keys down.
I saw somebody had posted in the purple pill that Apple was going to be breaking out today, but I don't think that's going to be a case. If you're looking to enter longer term, maybe, but short term.
What's Tesla at right now? Somebody?
294.97.
Yeah.
295.
295. Yeah,
It's,
it's just sideways. So
yep.
Might need to revisit those Tesla 275s.
I'm still in my 250 puts. I just added to them. So
yeah, for today, Tesla's got a lot of peak negative positioning.
what do you see on that?
It's kind of hard to read. So I'm looking at the June 13th expiration date. So I can see peak positives at 300. At 295, we have peak negative. Then the next peak negative, 290. Then we have some positive level at 287.50. And then another peak negative at 280. Just looking kind of weak towards the
Yeah.
downside, or looking stronger towards the downside than towards the upside.
Yeah.
I think for sure we'll test the 290 again today. Maybe even the 280.
That'd be
That would be
beautiful.
possible.
Yep, that would be nice.
You guys see that I don't know what you talked about. Did you see the Fed lowered their inflation expectations?
No.
This is 11 o'clock news. New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations fall to 3.2 versus 3.6 prior. 3-year expectations fall to 3% from versus 3.2. I think that's why yields are now negative on the day at the long end. Pretty much
Yeah.
whole curve is negative now. That's bullish for small caps and shitcos. UMAC is holding strong. Drone stock's doing really well. They're holding their gains in this.
All right, so Nvidia is fighting at that level, that 142.49 level. Tesla is back to my level 29. Well, fighting at that level 294.95. This thing, like, oh, Amazon guys. Let's see what these calls are doing. Amazon, these Amazon 230 calls for 718 are up 14%. My next level on Amazon is have an NFP level, which is January low of 216.50. And then above that, I have 220, which is December NFP low. Amazon looking really nice here.
I think we might bounce here. It's VWAP.
This is what I was starting to think. So I had to go ahead and pull out more. Yeah, we're about to bounce.
I jumped into Amazon calls for end of week. 220s.
Yes, sir.
I like that news article. Chart looks good.
Yep.
SPY is getting a nice bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average, looking very strong. Like we're gonna push for 600 plus again on SPY. Nice 5-minute bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 intraday moving average. NVIDIA backtesting support. Next resistance is prior day high at 143.27. If we can get above that, then we're likely going to trend
Called it
back
out
to the
last
highs.
week, but BTI is looking really good on the 10-minute. That's British American Tobacco. Held the 47.70 level, and now it's starting to break out. But this I have January calls, $50 calls.
Yeah,
January.
this chart looks really good. You said $50 calls for January?
Yep.
Do they make one of the nicotine pouches?
Ah,
I know those are hot.
Yeah, the like, Zin style.
Yeah, I think Turning Point Brands has one too, right? They're a lot of those stacks are on it.
Those things are brutal if you're not a smoker. But they are popular.
I mean, people just casually like get addicted to them, and they don't
Yeah,
seem to have a problem with it. They're just like, yeah, I'm addicted to Zins now, and that's all cool. Like, I'm like, all right, that sounds like a good stack down.
I mean, it's like the best way to feed your nicotine addiction. You don't have to look. You don't have to vape. You don't have to go outside. You just pack it, throw it into your cheek, spit it out after a couple minutes.
All it takes is a couple minutes, and it's
Yeah, it's fast. Like,
Man, the VIX just kind of looks like it fell off the planet and wants to go fill that gap.
yeah, because SPY's looking like it's getting ready to retest the 600. The QQQs is looking good as well. Um, 599. What are we doing, SPY? We're gonna try again, or we're gonna stall up here again?
I think we're gonna be in a chop day for the Qs. I've seen positive on 531, then negative net exposure on the gamma for 532, positive for 533, negative for 534, positive for 535. I don't even know how to interpret this. Big wall on at 530 on the Qs, so definitely see the upside, but it'll just be choppy. Amazon's starting to continue on its breakout. It's good.
NVIDIA look like it double bottom at my level at that 142, 49 level, 142.41. It's trying to bounce in the 15-minute.
There's a pretty good bounce going on AIG, American International Group. That dumped this morning, found a bottom. It seems to be retracing. I just saw some bullish call flow come in for it. $85 strike for June 13th, so we might have missed the action if somebody wants to get into it. It's a little late.
So let's see if SPY can go retest that higher day. Looking like it's set up too.
Generac GNRC up 1.5% today.
Boy, Tesla been a dirty dog. Once it climbed to that level, it's just hung out in a super tight range.
Yeah, this thing,
Uh,
lulling you to sleep. If you watch Tesla, you're gonna fall asleep.
indeed, you will. Looking at Meta looks Meta looks bearish. Man, Palantir took off. Man, that was a nice move Palantir made today, up over 1% after being down.
Yeah, that was,
Moves middling. Everything just kind of looks like it's ready to channel.
yeah.
Amazon was probably the one bullish thing that actually made a pretty decent move, but it's pulling back now. Microsoft is pulling back. Dow looks like it's trying to pull back. Google pulling back slightly. Nvidia's pulling back. Apple's having a little bit of a bounce, but Nvidia's pulling back. Tesla's pulling back. Yeah, doesn't really look much.
Amazon's kind of keeping its push.
But it doesn't look bearish either. Kind of looks like it wants to try to go push the test higher day. Q's SPY.
I think the 12 o'clock snooze fest is coming in right on time.
Boeing still looks good. Still holding strong on Boeing.
Google looks like it wants to try a high day again.
Yeah, well, maybe Google and Amazon can can persuade Apple to get a little bit more bullish and turn around NVIDIA.
On the 15, actually, Google is testing Hive Day, or the 15-minute candle body Hive Day.
If Palantir could get over 130.69, I see 133 on Palantir.
Rocket Lab is looking productive again. Bit of a sell-off. Climbing up towards the outer bounds of VWAP on the 15.
This Apple event, is it at 1 Eastern? Does anyone know?
Mac looked like it wants to go try to make a stab at $10. 10.05 to be precise.
LUV, Southwest Airlines. Looking constructive right here. Looks good today.
And LMND could bounce right here. Oh, hard rejection on the Qs.
Whoa, was that news? I don't see anything.
The only thing I see in that is old news is he gave the green light to loosen export controls. Trump. But came in at 12.
I don't know if it's news or not, but I said that level up there was resistance earlier, and it was resistance
Yeah.
yesterday. Sold today. We keep getting resistance. We can't get through there. In my opinion, the move is to the downside because it just can't see how many rejections. 1, 2, 3 solid wicks off of that level. Yeah, wants to go down.
All right, so on NVIDIA, that level, that 142.49 is getting rejected. I'm getting a sell signal. So my next level is 141.69 on NVIDIA.
So China and USA are like doing these trade talks. I feel like at the end of the day, Trump is going to say something about that, like, "Oh, it went well" or whatever, and maybe the markets are waiting on that to move.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
I,
what the market's waiting for.
I feel like not really, because it seems like their talks is they're just having the same talks as before. They're just clarifying that Trump will loosen the tech export restriction so they can get AI chips, and China will let them have their rare earth magnets.
Oh, okay, so it's not really like a trade deal talks or like big trade deal.
Yeah, exactly. They're just reiterating what they've already worked on, because that deal kind of fell through, or they said was not clarified. So they're just re-clarifying the terms of the original deal.
Yeah, well, Trump will somehow tie it into trade
100%.
talks. Yeah.
100%.
Invest. Thank you for the confirmation on the Apple event at 1 p.m. Eastern. Is the Apple event.
What event is it?
their WWDC event.
Drilling names, offshore drilling, are getting a bit of a pullback right now.
I grabbed Palantir 132s for this week and 135s for 620. Hey Jay, what's good, bro? Where you been, man?
Man, if we can get some more sell pressure, we might can see a waterfall. So far, we're just getting the chop, chop, chop to the downside. It's just a big ass bull flag.
Big Kid, can you see the architect as a speaker or no?
I'm not speaking. I'm not. I mean, I'm not. Give me a second. No, I don't even see an architect anywhere.
Tempest AI TEM looks interesting on the 4 hour. Like it might be getting ready to go higher.
Some core weave calls just came in. $70 calls. Okay, people are just probably selling calls then. $55 calls. January. Amazon's still looking productive. Slow and steady.
Stuff on my Micron trade. My stop loss is 110.86. 110.86 stop loss. In the money stop loss on the Micron short. I still think we can have a little bit more of a dip on Micron, but I'm moving a stop loss to 110.86. NVIDIA catching a nice little pop. SPY still trying to curl to the upside. We're seeing Tesla making a nice dash again, up 0.5%. One ticker, I think that
got a nice bid.
is probably going higher in the near term is IONQ. It had that high volume pop today on news. It's been sold into, back testing the 7 and 20 daily moving average. I do like that. Wow, look at WBD dumping, guys. WBD is just absolutely getting thrashed here in the last few minutes. That one's about to go negative. But back to IONQ, I think the risk to reward favors a bit of a long entry here. You are holding
I mean,
some
when I zoom out on the
consolidator
cues, I
support.
see an inverse head and shoulders or a big ass cup and handle.
On the 1 hour?
Yep.
I see, I see.
SPY bust through 600, or is it going to see some more selling?
We're only 1.5% away from all-time highs.
Paul's looking at Pony, PONY.
I added to my RTX position.
Pony looking
The
interesting.
150
Yeah, it
calls
is looking
for
semi-interesting.
January 2026.
As long as it holds
We're gonna add it 2
1279, we
cons
can
to
take a
that.
stab at the long
Go
side.
up to 5.
If you lose 1279, I think you're dipping to 1077 on PONY.
And those cons are up 40%, by the way.
Octa breaking down, performing much relatively weaker compared to the rest of the semis. AVGO Broadcom has had a nice 3-bar surge into
RTX is
your
looking
first
really
little
good on the
support
15 minute.
zone. SMH is still leading the charge, up 1.62%. SOX is up 2.17%. NVIDIA has pulled back slightly on the session.
Tesla's looking real good.
Still above prior day low, holding weekly low
About to break
demand.
that high today.
It should get a pushback for prior day high at 143.27. That would help SPY push higher. Apple's relatively flat on the session. Bart's saying he's going to be starting a small short on gold. Yeah, that looks constructive.
Still in those 320
The only
calls,
thing
by
I'd
the way, for
caution
Tesla.
with gold, let's look at the GLD daily chart here. So the only caution with gold is it's back testing this breakout trend line, right? That's really the only, it's technically doing a bullish retest of this breakout zone. So just be mindful with gold. It's been in a ferocious uptrend. You've hit the 20-day moving average. Look at all this consolidative chop that you're here. Look at that impulse green candle.
Just looking at the Qs on the daily.
I would say that if you
Last
start
time
getting
all-time
above that
high.
7-day moving average, which is at 33.42,
sell-off.
you look to exit in the short term and reassess it.
Basically sold off until March.
But gold is still a very tough short, especially with options. You know, you look at this wedge pattern that you're trading in, you're kind of at a 50-50. You can push up to 33.90, or you could fall to about 33.30. So it's really not any sort of a, yeah, common shares are definitely better, Bart. That's smart. That's definitely smart. Take a look at one of our other bullish swing trades with members. Look at Hershey. I gave my little thesis a couple weeks ago on Hershey. I'm long off the 152.77 zone. I repeat, 152.77 zone with common shares. We bought in, and Hershey had that bullish cross a couple days ago of the 7 and 20. Nice daily chart breakout today for HSY. Really strong. And this one is potentially setting up an inverse head and shoulders. You're also getting a bullish cross on the weekly chart. So I do think Hershey's one that's probably going to be trending higher. Typically, people generally eat more sweets and sugary products in the summer. And then obviously investors could be forecasting a run into Halloween's quite a far ways away, but investors always front run that. So I think Hershey's set to do very well. I'm eyeing up PEP for a swing trade.
Can you hear me now?
I do like it off the zone, but I would wish for one more dip
what I was saying
and
was
new low on PEP.
NVIDIA looks like it's holding
You know,
142.
you're about to get a bearish cross of the 7 and 20 on the daily, so I'm looking for one more dip on PEP, and then I'd consider going long on the swing trade. SPY still just hovering below that 600 zone. It just does not want to get above that area. It's been trying. It's really been trying. Netflix still struggling on the daily chart session today. Let's look at Netflix. Netflix. Remember I said it would be an interesting pairs trade was long the Qs, short
Okay, it's
Netflix,
moving again.
or long SPY, short Netflix. That's been coming in from recent sessions. And simply put, you're hitting
SLV.
a trend line
Silver
of
Trust.
resistance all the way up here on Netflix. That's why you're running into a lot of near-term resistance.
I wonder if during these talks of China, if maybe you'll see a little bit more movement on that sale of TikTok. Wonder how Oracle's doing today.
I was just about to say Oracle then.
Yeah, 2% today. It's looking strong, Oracle.
Let me see what my cons are doing in that.
Man, Oracle is a huge short position set at 150.
Yeah, I have 165 calls for 620. They're up 100%. I should trim these actually.
There's not a lot of gamma exposure on the upside. It's really
Yeah,
low.
I'm gonna set a sell limit order on Oracle. What is NVO doing? I have that. I have a contract on that. NVO. I have NVO $80 call. Just like Nova Nordis. Looks good today. NVO. It's holding. I might hold these a little bit longer.
Hey, so where is Trump supposed to be talking at?
I saw 2 p.m. he participates in the Invest America Roundtable.
Yeah, so they're just trying to hold the market still until then.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I said earlier. They're waiting for. He's gonna say something.
SPY is on a big Shrek Dong candle at 600. Market makers are just pinned it right there.
Yep, they're not gonna let it up because if this goes over 600, boy, my calls are gonna print like a mother right now. It's over 600.
Yeah, if it goes, the next level is 605.
Yeah, that's the level I have as well. Same level. That's a
Hey, the Apple WWDC 25 event's about to start.
I think that's going to be a short because it seems like they have nothing to announce really. I'm
yeah.
just reading like what the synopsis of it was.
Another remix.
New iOS.
They're gonna remix
Yeah,
everything
basically.
again.
They're going to make interfaces across their product lines work better.
Jesus Christ, bro.
And while AI will be discussed under the Apple Intelligence banner, changes are modest compared to rivals like Google and Microsoft. Key updates include redesigned phone, Safari, camera apps, new iPod multitasking. Apple will also allow third-party access to its language models. However, significant AI upgrades like overhauled Siri are delayed. A new game app or minor Vision Pro enhancements are also expected. So it sounds like nothing.
Another nothing burger brought to you by Team Apple.
Tesla got downgraded from Argus Research from to hold from buy.
I thought it was. Ain't that a double downgrade?
I don't know what they were before.
Neutral. I guess neutral is hold.
Yeah, I guess yeah. So it's just more people piling on that they're no
Yeah.
longer a buy, just a hold. Amazon's pushing again.
Oh, let me see.
Up 11%.
Guys, I just stopped out of my
Amazon
Micron
230 calls are
stop
up
loss
to
in profit.
18%.
I stopped out of Micron in
Nice.
Let's
profit.
go.
So that day trade short is now closed. Banking over 89
The
cents
Palantir
on the
132
second
and
half
135
of the
are up
position. So
3%
nice little
and
trade
4%.
there. Micron short is
The
complete.
market is looking like
SPY's testing 600, and I do think that there's a
Palantir
strong
is at
chance we can
130.
break
Okay.
above this level.
Look at
This
the
is now the
Qs
5th
15-minute
time we've
candle.
tested the zone over the last couple sessions, and I think that there's a lot of momentum to
So that's
breach
what I
this
needed to do.
area.
Was stop paying attention.
Tesla's trying to curl to the upside. You got a bullish crossover on the 3-minute chart.
All right, so my target on Palantir
Bullish
is
crossover on the 5-minute chart of
130.69.
Tesla. NVDA is
Then
trying to
above
firm
that,
up as well. Let's see how Apple is doing as we approach a little bit of. We've got 22 minutes till the WWDC conference.
my,
Apple's pulled back
Huh?
No,
into
it's
that
Oracle's gamma
conference, so we'll
position
see
is
how that shapes up.
insane to me. Really seems like it's baked in that they're going to get TikTok.
Like they're gonna get TikTok?
Yeah, like there's just a ton to the downside. Like the only peak position on their gamma is 150. There's nothing on the upside. Let me refresh because this doesn't seem right.
SPY is still flying here.
It's all short interest. Pretty much for every strike date, for every expiration date.
Interesting.
It's catching some volume. Nice green stick to the upside on Apple.
Big Kev, that UMAC is still holding pretty good today, man. Up 22%. That thing is strong. Oh, look at that bounce on Datadog, DDOG, from 118 back to 122.60. That was a nasty red candle. What was that?
Very strong bullish crossover on SMCI's hourly chart. You can see it up on the screen here off of that
Bought
inverse
that
head
back
and
up real
shoulders.
quick on
In the hourly
Datadog.
chart, you're getting a 7 and 20 crossover. So any sort of a dip on SMCI
ECL is getting
into the
pretty slow.
4250,
It's gonna run
4240 zone is likely going to get gobbled up.
13%.
We may not even dip into that. We could see a
Vertical
3-bar
bearish
surge on the 15-minute chart. So very, very strong SMCI chart. It is looking like it wants to trend higher here. I have a target today of about 44 bucks. And if we
Rocket
really start to
Lab,
see the market squeeze, if Apple
EVGL,
comes in strong
Joby,
off of its
JOBY.
WWC reaction, we could see this market press higher.
All looks strong.
So back to SPY.
The
SPY still
strongest out of
holding
my
600.
and then UMAC out of my defense.
Come on,
Yeah,
Watch
get
that
back up there,
UMAC is
SPY.
pretty strong, man.
I guess Joby
So
Aviation.
pullback. All right, this is the pullback. If you're looking to
Joby
go long on
Aviation's running
NVIDIA,
out of
this would
that
be the
news from
pullback to
China.
buy right here off of the short-term 5-minute moving average. You have a pretty defined risk
I'm
here.
looking at an upside
I
down
would
H
simply
pattern.
use this stop loss of this wide range 5-minute green candle as your stop loss. So we're looking at a stop loss low of around 142.16. You can even do 142.15 as a stop loss. All right, guys, I took a long on NVIDIA here. Common shares 142.41, 142.41. Going in with one single entry, 142.41 long NVDA. Stop loss on NVIDIA is going to be a close below 142.15, 142.15. Target, inverse head and shoulders breakout on the 3-minute chart. We're looking at an upside move into the 143.70 zone. We'll have some minor resistance around these pivots. Come on, NVIDIA. SPY is still pushing. SPY is still pushing. All right, NVIDIA's peaking up here, guys. We have a potential inverse head and shoulders forming on NVDA, a SPY breakout. Things are looking much, much more constructive for a continuation move.
Pattern to play out.
Oh, SPY is pushing.
That would mean we're gonna test the higher day.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon's looking strong too. Ooh, look at that nice candle on Amazon.
Trimming these Amazon 230s up 22%.
It's a good call.
out my Amazon position as well. I have a runner.
Nice, nice.
SPY
You guys
is
all follow that
absolutely
not drown.
tearing to the upside, breaking out here. Let's get it.
Funny.
Nah, I don't.
I'll repost it in the purple pill.
All right, SPY's pushing. Over higher day too. Went to a 600.50, 53.
Yes, man. I'm trying to see if the Qs can go touch that top wick. Higher day.
There's a lot of position. 535, sorry.
All right, Palantir about to touch my level at 130.69. The 132 calls for this week are up 10%, and the 135s for next week are up 8%. Trim whenever you want.
On Q for today's expiry, there's tons of positioning at the 535, but for tomorrow's expiry, tons of positive positioning. But on tomorrow's expiry, it's all negative positioning. If we do hit that, we'll bounce hard down. At least that's my interpretation.
$10 to that Apple
SPY could push up to like 601.40, and then maybe that'll be a rejection to short from.
Yeah, SPY's gonna reject. It's gonna reject right here.
Yeah, there's a lot of negative positioning at the 602.
Upside down H playing out. Perfection.
Jump kill.
Yeah.
That was a call.
Yeah. If SPY can hold about this level, NFP level is 605.74. Have a SIG level at 604. Those are the two levels that if it can hold this close, kumbaya. I'm going to our Palantir just hit my level 130.69. Next
SPY's
level.
gonna,
Go ahead, BB.
I was gonna say SPY's gonna push some more, but it's gonna get smacked down pretty hard once it gets up to 602.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for SPY to possibly take a short entry, but still waiting for it to get tippy top.
All right, trim those Palantirs for this week. 13%. It's 132 calls. I grabbed some Home Depot 360 puts for 620.
Mic check.
Oh, look at Tesla getting a push.
It's back up and running here. Have a little bit of some microphone issues there. Of course, as the market was pumping, I was trying to call out some
Back to that level.
trade exits there. Obviously, NVIDIA, I'm still long. I did trim a touch,
Oh yeah,
but
Tesla
still
getting
holding
that nice
majority.
push. Here goes that break over there.
SPY is starting to come back in a little bit, but that's our first convincing break into the 600 zone. We briefly tapped 601 on SPY, so it was a very, very good level there. Obviously, if you look at Apple, it saw a little bit of participation. NVIDIA saw a bit of participation. Tesla started to see some buying pressure there. Let's see if we can get 602 calls in the money today. Again, we did take SPY 602 June 11th calls at this morning, right? Pretty much the low of the session. I think NVIDIA has a strong chance of retesting 143.40 to
minutes to that Apple event.
143.70. Then we do have Apple's conference starting momentarily.
Q's got real close to testing the high, but never tested the high. Still think it wants to test the high.
I think we're going to see just staircase, slow, methodic walking up on SPY.
Yeah, so I'm watching right now.
My level though on SPY is if it gets to 602, I'll look in taking a short for 0 DT.
I'm in the lead. You're the only one out there, Craig. I've got to save my tires. What for? I don't know. It's just what they say. If I can just hold this... lead. You're the only one out there, Craig. I've got to save my tires. What for? I don't know. It's just what they say. If I can just hold this line, I can find
inner peace.
So glad they put CarPlay in this beast.
So we're seeing SPY and NVIDIA, really NVIDIA trying to press and surge higher. Again, we're long off the 142.41 zone. Our SPY 602 calls are doing very well. Members already know we entered IONQ calls as well. We entered the June 20th close dated strike as well as the July calls. Markets are looking very, very bullish. Upside continuation should continue as long as Apple doesn't get rugged. Apple's starting to press here. SPY continuing to shake and move higher. Again, we're looking at the 15-minute chart. You have had a breakout. You're now running into a little bit of this liquidity high resistance. Again, I do think that we're going to sweep that liquidity high pivot. We draw a trend line right across that horizontal high. You can see we swept it. A little bit of resistance here. Apple pressing, so that's going to really help the market. I still think Apple's chart looks bullish. We'll see how that WWDC event goes.
You
It
still
is
go test that
starting
high
here.
day. Take that on out. H pattern play out. I got a level for QQQ at 533.
Surfer saying plug, nice move up.
It's actually 533.01. Whatever.
Yeah, very nice move. Into a bit of resistance, but this should push to 130 and 137.
I see some Lulu calls coming in. Has that found a bottom? Looks like it.
All right, I'm all out of those Palantir 132s for this week. Up 15% on those. I'm going to hold the 135s for next week.
I've seen some QBTS $1 million calls for June 13th this week. $11. $11 strike. It's quantum. That's interesting.
That is interesting because the funny thing about that is I was just looking at the QUBT chart.
Yeah.
So I was making my way
Because
towards quantum, but I need to check that one. Yeah, that's D Wave. I was playing that a couple weeks back.
okay, they're deep in the money though, the calls. That's a big bet for quantum.
Palantir is at 131.10. My next level on Palantir is 136.73. Let me see what it is on here. Where am I? Hold on.
Positioning wise, QBTS could get to $20.
Right, so I have a level on Palantir at 133.35, and then over that 136.73. Up 18% on the 135s for next week, Palantir.
I'm thinking that the reason they took so deep in the money is because that's a big bid for a small name, so it's probably the only way that they can make sure they can get filled, because it was a sweep.
We're seeing some volume here. Big 5-minute reversal candle at resistance. All right, guys, I am going to put a stop loss on my NVIDIA trade in the money. 142.56 stop on NVIDIA in the money. A little bit
All
of
right, news is
delay.
coming out from Apple. Nothing notable to share, but there's the headlines are trickling in. Or I guess maybe I'll share with the room, see if the developers want to jump up. Apple Intelligence models are coming for developers. Open up access to any app to tap directly into LLM model at core of Apple's intelligence with new foundation model framework. Kind of seems interesting.
The Palantir 135s for next week, up 20%. Trimmed some here. I made back all of that money I lost on Tesla this morning, so not bad.
Nice. Oh shit, Boeing's up 3% today. Boeing's in full breakout.
Yeah, that thing's been moving pretty good, Boeing, today.
I have to add that back into my watch list. Apple seems to be dumping. I jumped into those QBTS calls based solely on order flow. So
Mm.
I put the position
Oh
small.
man, Apple is
Yeah, it's
dumping.
dumping.
Yep.
Jeez, look at this Apple
Tell
chart
the
getting
news.
absolutely demolished.
Ooh. I have a
Breaking
level
below
at
300.
206.
Damn, that was sell the news on Apple. You should have got the position when you said it.
Who, me? Or are you talking about?
No,
Oh,
me,
you.
because I was saying it seems like a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Higher day low is aggressive.
Nada. That thing is off a cliff.
202.05 is aggressive buy. Could be some minor day
That
trade
means
bounce.
what's SPY doing? NVIDIA.
A little bit of movement, spying cues, but not
Yeah.
too much. But I think that's going to stop the halt, the march forward.
Until Danny T comes out and says, "Oh, the China deal is going perfect."
Oh, I think we're going to start selling
SPY's
off
holding up well.
on SPY.
Considering Apple's getting absolutely dusted here and demolished, SPY's holding up very, very well. Very well. So again, aggressive buyers can go at 202.05 on a day trade. More conservative, you wait for that gap fill. NVDA. Apple's just back testing on the daily chart, the 7-day moving average, so it's still technically okay, but definitely getting hit today on the downside. NVIDIA is catching all of Apple's momentum. NVIDIA perking up as Apple's falling. So great to see that we're long NVIDIA. I'm going to move my stop up on NVIDIA, guys. 142.64. 142.64. So beautiful call in NVIDIA. Off of that 142.41 zone. We are long, we are strong, we are protected in the money. Apple's still dumping, testing prior day low on Apple. And again, SPY still holding pretty firmly up here, despite Apple melting to the downside. IONQ is firming up. IONQ. Our $41 calls are starting to print. Still shaking and moving. Look at Apple go, guys. Knifing through daily chart support. 4-hour chart support off of that 20 moving average is coming into play very soon. Apple's finding a little bit of support here, piercing low of day. Weekly low demand, prior week low demand coming into play. Sarfrez, you were right. It knifed off of the WWC conference for now, so it's turning into be a sell the rumor type of news. Seeing some price action roll over here. All right, Apple is into an aggressive long entry zone. It's an aggressive long. You're sweeping some low pivots here. I'm going to take a stab on the long side. This is very risky. I'm going to go in with some call options. I'm going to look at 202 calls. I guess it's 202.50. Maybe we'll just buy in the money 200s. I'm going to look at 200 calls on Apple. 200 calls on Apple. We're filling this gap. Piercing daily chart support. Filling that daily chart gap, guys. $200 calls. June 13th, 200 calls. I'm long. High risk, size for loss. I got filled at 380, 380. So sized for loss. So again, I'm in the 200 June 13th Apple calls at 380. Stop loss would probably be a move below this pivot zone, call it. If we get a 5-minute close below 200, I might stop out of the trade. I might stop out. IONQ guys, our $41 calls went in the money there. IONQ $41 calls just went in the money. I repeat, IONQ, called that out. I did take a small trim. Come on, Apple, hold this gap. Hold it. Just trying to bounce a touch here. Apple's getting a little bit of buy the dip price action. All right. Calls are starting to work in favor for us. Come on. Push up. SPY coming in a touch. NVDA is tagging my stop loss right now. It's not a hard stop. I'm looking for a 3-minute close below 142.64 and it would stop me out. We're wicking below that area, but we have not officially had a 3-minute candle close. Nvidia's still trying to hold. SPY is getting a minor bounce. Apple's bouncing nicely, guys. So far that level's working out. Contracts are printing. Here we go. Come on. Let's recapture prior day low. Come on, Apple. Push up, push up. 15-minute potential bottoming tail. Still long NVIDIA, long Apple, long SPY. Wolf IONQ had a massive dump there, guys. Nice to know we trimmed half of those $41 calls in the money. SMCI still strong. Tesla still up 0.5%. Apple's still struggling below prior day. SPY still seeing a little bit of resistance at the zone. So far, it's been a bearish move for the WWDC conference. Apple's trying to make another little low dip here. I might consider an add to my contracts. We're still holding that weekly low. We're testing it now. There's a little bit of a new low of day incoming on Apple. Apple being defended so far at the lows. NVDA looking a little bit more weak. And it does look like Apple is going to pierce the lows. There it goes. New low of day on Apple. New low of day on Apple. It's back testing that double bottom zone. I'm still in my Apple calls. We were up nicely. Didn't take any profits. Still riding it, as I think the indices are still technically okay. It's just being seeing a little bit of weakness due to Apple. Semiconductors still strong. Again, Apple calls, I entered at 380 on the 200 June 13th calls. Apple 1 minute reversal. See if we get some follow through. We got 4 minutes left in the hourly candle. What I think could happen is on this hourly, it's a bearish hourly close, still defending this lower pivot from Thursday. On this hourly candle close, if we close around this vicinity, we could get a push up back to prior day low, and we'll have to see how it reacts around this zone. S&P is looking like it's going for another new high of day. Again, the S&P going for another new high of day. If Apple can somewhat firm up here, it's down 1.5%, underperforming pretty much everything now. The markets can absolutely rip still. Come on, Apple. Keep pressing here. We're still long Apple. Buying the dip off of this gap fill zone with some $200 June 13th calls. IONQ, our $41 calls went in the money, and whoa, look at the spike on NVIDIA. Look at that beautiful spike on NVIDIA. Nice job. SPY is going for another new high of day. NVIDIA spiking here. Huge buy pressure coming into the semis. We're still long off of the 142.41 zone on NVDA. We're holding SPY calls. We're holding Apple calls. This market could potentially want to rip here. Tesla's starting to firm up as well. Let's see if we're getting other participation in the other mega caps. Microsoft is trying. That's pushing higher here on the 5-minute chart. Amazon's starting to rip. That's at the highs of the session. Big spike there on SPY. Could that have been a liquidity spike? We did make a brief new high of day. Yep, we did make a new high of day on SPY. So nice little liquidity grab higher. NVIDIA is still looking firm.
And Tesla is just doing Tesla things.
Tesla is a fantastic way to lose money. That stock is
Not
tough.
doing a damn thing today.
Apple's going to push it again.
You said Apple's doing what again?
It's going to be well, it's pushing, not pushing up, pushing down towards its going to test the 200 level again. It's dropping again.
If you guys played those Amazon calls or Palantir calls with me, I hope you took some profits off the table.
Yes, sir. I'm out of Amazon.
Yeah, they're holding that previous week low on Apple.
Yeah.
If it loses it, man, it's over. Those puts are gonna print fast.
And come on, Apple, just sell off and drag the rest of the fucking market down with it.
Yep.
Come on, fuck it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to do it. They're
One.
pulling from the position above and they're adding to the positions below.
Come on, dump this bitch, bro. Send it to the basement.
Five minutes. It
That
just looks
part.
like all those charts that dumped recently, UNH, Tesla on the 5-minute. Barely a green candle.
All right, here we go on Apple. Testing that level again. Come on, just show me that big red candle. 200. It's still bouncing. This is wild. Bounced it again. They're gonna play this dumb game with it today.
Netflix is having a kind of meh day. Microsoft is looking strong.
Bro, look at that bounce.
Yeah, I'm getting out of Apple.
Yo, they are some crooks at this place, bro. Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, I'm out of Apple. I basically broke even a little bit. It's like 10% or something.
Yeah, that level down there, man, it's solid.
I've tried playing to Apple to the downside before, and it's like you said, they keep it up. Like there's a lot of order flow that comes in just to buy all those dips. The resistances are strong.
I'm still in my Q puts until we can break that high a day. I'm gonna just treat this area like resistance. Every push, I'll just add.
Did I fuck up on my Apple?
Nah, nah. This that indecisive candle right now. They're just playing games right now. Yeah, this has to be like the last stand for Apple, cause yeah, under that 200 level, this market will definitely tank with it.
What's going on with the Qs?
So the last time Apple was down here was on last Thursday, and then Friday it gapped up to 205, almost 206. So yeah, this area right here, man, is pretty strong. Look at that 201.35. That's wild.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think Apple. I think he'll still get to that 195, but I don't think he'll do it today.
So Apple is trying to perk back up here, guys. I did get stopped out of NVIDIA in profit. I repeat, my NVIDIA day trade long is stopped out in profit. Apple, I'm still writing my Apple 200 calls, which are trying to perk up here. Again, my average on those calls is $3.80. We're trading at about 4.15. So we're up nicely. Looking for a little bit more profit though. I still think we can tap 202. Where I'm looking for a profit target on Apple's, my first trim is at 202, that prior day low. Okay. Still writing SPY calls that we took with members earlier on. But nevertheless, NVIDIA did stop us out in profit. We are starting to see a little bit more strength trying to creep into Tesla. Tesla's going for pretty much that high of day.
What did Apple say that tanked the stock?
Nothing. It's
Oh, just disappointment in that they didn't say anything.
yeah. Well, I think it's also kind of just like the Google, it was sell the news.
Yeah.
Well, you might have a bit more flavor text on this, but I think the biggest news was Apple Intelligence models are coming for developers, and they'll give access to any app to tap directly into their LLM model at core of Apple Intelligence, new foundation model framework.
I thought they were using third-party models like OpenAI and Anthropic, and I guess in China they'll use Alibaba's.
Yeah, seems like it. I don't know, because they also delayed, or they didn't delay, but they're going to be discussing the delay on Siri in the coming year. But yeah, they're adding ChatGPT image generation to the image payload feature or playground feature. Amazon's looking really nice now.
Yo, look at this 15-minute candle on Apple, bro. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the clearest double bottom I've ever seen.
Yeah, like it literally came down to that level and bounced. The last time, like I said, the last time it did that, it ran back all the way to almost 206 the next day.
I was about to say should switch to calls.
Yeah.
I might do that.
Peloton has resumed its uptrend, which is nice. Still have those July calls. They're back green.
Market says redesigns are sweet, bro. Buy the dip.
No, right?
Oh, they said they're
Um,
redesigning their
Everything.
yeah.
That's kind of that was the main news, that they're just redesigning their iOS. They're going to redesign CarPlay.
Bro, this is almost a $2 bounce already.
I gotta get in the habit of doing that when I don't have enough conviction to follow through with my puts, that I should just switch into calls automatically.
Yeah, I play both ways, man.
I do too, but like I agree with you, Barish. Like I don't once I get on a position, it's hard for me to just flip it.
Yeah, it's like a psychology thing.
Yep.
To me, it's done. I'm like, oh, that one's done. All right, something else.
And a lot of times that's just because it hits a level, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna flip, But
So this just came over the wire. Apple stock slips at WWDC 2025. It disappoints on the AI front. The shares fell 1.6% to $200 following a lackluster event with minimal concrete announcement on AI. Vague promise that AI features are coming and failed to impress investors. Yeah, it's a good summary.
Tesla pushing.
NVIDIA's not looking very good. looks like it could roll over. Microsoft is really tearing right now. It's going to test high a day soon.
Yeah, hopefully Qs can do a up and handle here and push up to 533.
Yeah, SPY's at 601 right now.
If Apple decides to come back to life, I think that's totally possible.
And they're buying it right now, bro.
Yep, you're right.
They're buying it up.
202.
$2 bounce. That's wild.
I just trimmed
Over
Apple,
this level,
guys.
it
I
could go
just
to
trimmed half my Apple calls.
203.16.
Beautiful little
They're
sell there.
still buying it. That'd be crazy if it goes back up to 205 today.
So first half of the Apple position, I banked about just over 19%. Just over 19%.
I cut my Q puts for the loss. Qs look like they want to go test that high day
Yeah, I'm
and
looking at
perhaps
Q calls
toward
right
this
now.
level.
Yeah.
Reminder, Trump
Still have some
should
runners
be
on
speaking
Apple
around
200 June
in
13th
15
calls.
minutes.
Again, just made about 19.74% on that live position. Nice trading there. The prudent thing to do is to not let this position go against you. So my average is 380 on the Apple calls. I'm going to move a stop loss to break even. I repeat, my Apple 380 calls. I'm moving a stop loss to break even. I do not want to let the remaining contracts go against me. No, I do not, because I do think that NVIDIA, believe it or not, has a bit of downside here. Till about 142.15, I have an upsloping trend line. I think NVIDIA is going to tag. You got a bearish crossover on the short-term 3-minute chart. But what I'm hoping to see is some money flow out of NVIDIA back into Apple.
Order in for
just in the near term here.
Q 533 calls for today. See if it gets filled. All right, my order got filled.
Guys, I just trimmed half of my SPY 602 calls. Half of my SPY 602 calls.
So Trump comes out and what shoots the market to all time highs, gives us a big ripper candle.
That's I'm hoping.
Nice little profit taking there. So again, we trimmed our Apple calls in profit there. Made money on NVIDIA. I just trimmed my 602 June 11th SPY calls for about 36.5%. Those are all called out here live stream. The SPY calls are called out in the morning. I issued an alert chat to my members. We are seeing NVIDIA curling down, which is why I'm trimming some positions here. I will buy NVIDIA if we hit this trend line. You can see this little arrow around 142, maybe even 142.10-ish. I think NVIDIA could back test that zone. Apple still, we have still some runners on the table with a break-even stop. With a break-even stop on the Apple 200 calls. Again, we've already taken just over 19% profit. Still writing half of my 602 SPY calls. NVIDIA's coming up into a buy zone here. Still trying to recapture that prior day low. Things are still looking a-okay. Like we want to push higher. Come on. Keep going, SPY. Our July 3rd 600 SPY calls are deep in the money by about $1. I'm still holding those with members. Bitcoin's still surging.
You're buying Apple again.
Stopped out in profit on my NVIDIA, Bart. I stopped out in profit on NVIDIA. But it is coming into the next buy zone. In terms of the day trade, I'm not holding it. I still have NVIDIA calls. July 3rd, 144 calls. We've already trimmed half of that position in profit, but I'm still writing NVIDIA calls. Apple pushing up here. Those contracts are still moving. There goes SPY. SPY's still printing. If NVIDIA can bottom in and around this vicinity, we're going to have a big sharp move on SPY. This is a healthy consolidated pattern on SPY. It appears to be a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders breakout on SPY here. A beautiful 1 minute chart inverse head and shoulders breakout.
Oh, there we go.
A clear little
Cues are pumping.
neckline break, guys. We are trying here.
Let's play through.
Our July
Previous
3rd
high.
600 SPY calls are absolutely money.
Tesla over 300.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see where these calls are. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me on the live stream,
Cut
Bart?
mine too early.
Yeah, the Tesla 320 calls, they're up 30%. Let's go.
don't know if you guys are into banks from Latin America. They are down a lot. I can post some tickers in the nest.
All right, Nvidia is dipping, guys. Nvidia is dipping. Apple's seeing some buy strength here. I'm looking at a long here on Nvidia just with common shares. I'm starting an entry here at 142.02. 142.02. I'm long Nvidia. 142.02. This is a day trade long. 142.02. I'm long Nvidia. Oops, 142.02. All right, so we still have SPY calls. We still have Apple calls. Apple calls are absolutely printing here.
I should have played SPY for the upside.
Yeah,
It's very
agreed.
weird. Let's see why you can't hear my mic. Can I get a mic check on Telegram?
Here, that was the play today. I mean, Q's was stronger.
Mic
Oh,
check?
SPY was like really
Mic
weak.
check? Can you guys hear me on Telegram?
Tower first.
Okay, you can now? Okay. Whoa, look at the big dip on SPY. Big dip on SPY there, guys. Again, I'm long NVDA. This is a 1/3 position off the 142.02 level. 142.02, 1/3 position, just long common shares.
Oscar's
I'm
on
still
the
holding
spot
the
today.
Apple 200 June 13th calls, which we trimmed 19% profit already. I trimmed half of my calls. And we're still holding some more, and we're long NVIDIA. So we're still holding
Yeah,
SPY
Nvidia does
calls,
not look
Apple
happy.
calls, NVIDIA long common shares. We're already seeing a bounce there. Apple's moving nicely for us. Very, very nice move on Apple.
Oh, Q's are starting to wake up a bit. Maybe. Who knows?
Apple's still pressing here. Look at that
Stay
reversal
bullish
on
on Q's
NVIDIA.
above 531.80.
Nice reversal. So everyone should have been able to catch something there. We called out an Apple trade live stream.
That
We
level.
called out SPY trade live stream. We've called out NVIDIA. NVIDIA is not out of the woodwork, but it is trying to find a little bit of a double bottom here. We could potentially be shaping up for a W pattern on NVIDIA to have a nice late day surge. Again, my running stop loss on Apple contracts are sitting at 380. That is my break even on the Apple 200 calls. 380. So we're up about 70 cents here. Still on the Apple calls, and we're looking for a little bit more. NVIDIA is starting to perk back up. Tesla's shaking and moving. That's now up 1.51%. So some nice price action here. We've taken quite a few trades on the session, all live here free. Please hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't. But it's been another successful trading session here.
Hey, Big Kev, you know this Jupiter guy? Quite a bit. Some of us follow him, but I don't see any charts on his profile or anything. So.
And then, bro, just make an
Yep.
executive decision.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Trump's.
Yeah, when I'm trading, I don't know none of you. So none of you want to come up and speak when we ain't trading. So when we are trading, I don't know any of you. So whoever's in my co-host, I'm gonna trust you to bring up people and monitor and make sure they don't scat the top, right?
My thoughts on Lulu. Bart is asking my thoughts on Lulu. Let's take a peek at Lulu. Again, Apple's still printing to the high side. Very good that it recaptured that prior day low. Let's see what we're doing on the 5-minute chart of Apple. We need to get a confirmed 5-minute candle close for Apple here. Again, our 200 June end of week calls are printing for Apple. We're long NVIDIA off the 142.02 area. SPY is curling slightly lower, losing 601. All right, let's look at Lulu for Bart. Lulu's having a little bit of a downturn today. Continuation sell-off since its earnings gap down. It is into some minor support here, but as I discussed, when was it? I think it was on the Friday session. I want to see Lulu take out those pre-market lows, which are really sitting down here. Call it 254, Pierce of 254. So I need to see Lulu test those lows before I get any sort of a interest in that name. You know, if you're looking for a swing trade long or an investor long, you know, it's a decent area, but I need to see a little bit lower, and you probably want to fill that daily chart gap to the downside. So call it 254 on Lulu. And then I can even see Lulu retesting this little trend line. You have a pivot low to pivot low. That could flush Lulu down to sub 240. Sub 240. Look at Apple pressing, guys. Our calls are massively printing here. Beautiful little push on Apple. I like it a lot. NVIDIA is starting to get a push. So why did we buy Apple? Well, we bought Apple because you were piercing on the 4-hour chart the 20 moving average. You were doing a liquidity sweep of this gap fill. This gap fill is a daily chart gap fill. You swept the 7-day moving average on the daily. You also were sweeping the 7-week moving average. So there's a lot of oversold support down here on Apple, which is why we wanted to buy the pierce of this trend line. A little bit of a frantic sell-off that occurred. And so far we have printed on the call options. SPY, we're printed on that. NVIDIA is still shaking and moving. But that was a nice healthy close. So now we've had 2 consecutive closes on Apple above your prior day low. This is your first, rejection second. So that's a very healthy sign. As long as you remain above prior day low, Apple can still push higher. I repeat, Apple can still push higher as long as you remain above prior day low. Let's see where that pre-market high is on Apple. Pre-market low is all the way at 204.10. So maybe Apple wants to retest that 204.10 level. We'll certainly take a peek. All right, NVIDIA curling back down slightly. Let's see what else we got going on. Ticker XYZ, still a beast. Oracle still surging here. That one's gone a little bit higher than I expected. Tesla still shaking and moving, looking very, very strong. Notice where Tesla's retesting. TSA is right back in that previous little tight consolidation range. I remember this range from the other day. Well, that's where Tesla's sitting. So it's a very tight range for Tesla. Let's look at the IWM. IWM slowly grinding higher and higher and higher. 15-minute chart in IWM is a tad extended, but this is a big time daily chart surge to the upside. You are hitting this little resistance pivot as we speak. So there could be a bit of profit taking here on the IWM. We'll have to watch that level very closely. SPY still just seeing a little bit of backing and filling on the smaller term time frames. Let's flip to the 5-minute chart just so we can see where we're at. Apple coming in a touch. All right, guys, I am moving a break-even stop loss on NVIDIA, 142.02 stop loss. 142.02, that's a break-even stop for me. I do not want to let that trade go against me. I'm just going to grab a bit of lunch here, analyze some charts. We'll set up for power hour, which is in roughly 56 minutes. But so far we're in the driver's seat for Apple, which we've already taken profits on. We're in the driver's seat for NVIDIA. We're in the driver's seat of our SPY calls. Again, members know we've already taken quite a bit of long positions today. We did have a successful short off of Micron in the morning. That was our A+ setup, which we actually rode from 111.77 down to this 110.40 area. It's bounced nicely, but I won't short it yet. If it were to pierce the highs and make a new high of day, I'd consider taking it again on the short side. Sarper is looking at plug, PLUG. You're looking at it for a daily day trade or a swing? Surfers. Day trade, you got a lot of momentum behind it. Daily chart, this is really your first level of resistance on plug. You're piercing and sweeping the liquidity high pivot from the 28th of April. You're into a daily chart gap fill. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Alright, sorry surfers. Plug. So PLUG, obviously for a swing, you know, you could probably get some continuation move, but a name like this that's in such a horrific downtrend, and really the downtrend is on a weekly chart. You know, for me to chase plug up 20%, coming into your first real big test is your weekly 20 moving average sitting at 127. It's a tough name for me to chase right now. I would look for some sort of a consolidative flag pattern. I mean, if you want to go in small size, you could trade it that way. If you want to play options, are you looking at options or common shares? You know, so I haven't looked at the chain, but common shares you're probably a little bit safer. You know, you could get a 3-bar surge on the daily. You've had one daily chart breakout, another one on volume here. $2 options. You're looking for a big move up here, eh? So $2 takes you back into those previous little breakdown zone there. That next resistance pivots at 160. Two is very aggressive. I mean, I'm not saying it can't happen, but 2 is very aggressive. Are there 150s at all? I haven't really looked. I don't have that chain open. I guess I can take a peek real quick. Let's see. PLUG. Taco July. Yeah, there are 150s available. made sense. If it was me, I mean, I would rather play the 150s just because that's slightly before the major resistance pivot in September of 2024. Obviously, you can make more money on the $2, but that's quite a substantial move higher. You know, the 150s you're looking at another 28% move from here. The $2 you're looking at another 70% move from here. So it's a little bit tougher of a play in my mind, but I'd rather play the 150s. You know, you can look at the July 3rd, even if you want to give yourself more time. Mid-July, July 18th. But it's a tough name for me to get on board with. You know, let's just assume this is actually an inverse head and shoulders on plug. Let's see what type of an upside target we can go about. So yeah, the inverse head and shoulders target on plug upside is $1.30, $9.40. And that's right into that previous wide range green bar pivot. So yeah, I'd rather play the $1.50s. You'd probably get an overshoot if you achieve this upside move. But just be careful. I mean, for me, you know, a 22% up move still has more juice in the tank, but I would have to wait for a tiny little pullback. Maybe a pullback into your 15-minute 7-day here, around $1.15. But definitely a high flyer today. No problem. All right, Apple's starting to trickle just a touch lower here. So Apple is starting to come in a touch. SPY still hovering above 600. We're still long NVIDIA. 142.02 up about 40 cents on the trade. Looking for more. Break even, stop in place. Oh, insider buying is happening in plug. Nice. Let's see what insider buying is happening. Okay, so Paul Middleton bought today. What did he buy at? By $1.03. Wow, already a big pump. So $1.03. So number of shares, Paul bought 650,000 shares. Value at 672,000. Number of share total 2.5 million. So that's a sizable bid. That's definitely a sizable buy. And he is CFO. Okay. So the CFO bought 650,000 shares today. Already up substantially.
those that kind of normally, and then ET also energy transfer. A lot of
Yeah,
those typically move
yeah,
in unison.
Yeah, in phase
yeah.
energy, all of them.
Currently, no shares available to short on CoreWeave. I just tried to short 5 shares.
Yep. There's your answer. Um,
Makes sense.
Paramount, PARA. I'm already in display. And it's starting to get some volume right here. Paramount, PARA.
Uh,
Well, they
yeah,
had news this morning.
yeah, something about Warner Brothers. They're going to split, or
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
They're splitting.
I was in that for a
Yeah,
while.
apparently they're splitting off their HBO Max and ESPN and all of that's supposed to be separate.
okay, okay. Hmm.
Archer Aviation is getting a pretty good bid today.
Yeah, I
ACHR.
see.
Yeah, that. Yeah, that.
So if we take a peek at some of this insider activity lately today, a proposed sale in ticker NEE. Former officer director. Just looking at some of the notable household tickers. ASTS proposed sale by an officer. 50,000 shares. That came out this around 2 o'clock, so about 20 minutes ago. AI proposed sale by an officer. That's not really too much money there. Doc N. So DocuSign, another proposed sale, not too much. ARM, we got a proposed sale. SNPS, exercising some options. Another sale there, SNPS. Yeah, so there's the buying in plug. Paul Middleton bought another 650,000, totaling 2,558,000 shares. Costco, an officer sale, 3,000 shares. Don't know how many they have total. That's a proposed sale. TPL, a couple buys there. Lemonade, proposed sale by an officer. Still looking at the markets here. We have SPY trading at 601.10, pushing NVIDIA spiking higher. We're long and strong off of that zone, up about 60 cents on the trade. Still looking for more. Apple's just floundering here. Let's continue to scroll through this list, see if there's any notable other trades. No real major things that I'm observing. I like to look at the buys and sells. Proposed sales, you got to watch those sometimes if they're of notable size. And then those are just from this morning. CHKP. Nothing crazy there. Let's flip back to the charts here. We're watching NVIDIA curl to the upside. S&P 500 still above 601. Yeah, I prefer that pullback zone, Surfers, definitely. So taking a peek at NVIDIA, NVIDIA is really starting to squeeze to the upside here. Again, NVIDIA is starting to move to the upside. All right, I'm just going to finish my lunch here. As soon as NVIDIA hits these high pivots around 143, I'm going to trim half, move stop loss to break, adjust stop loss to in the money. So NVIDIA around 143, I'll trim half the position and move stop loss higher. All right, guys? But I'm just going to eat my lunch. If anything crazy happens, I'll jump back on the mic and we'll be set up for power hour. All right? Power hour is shaping up for a potential massive trend into the 602 zone. I'd love to see our SPY 602 calls that we took down here this morning get in the money. That would be a pretty impressive trade.
It's 5% Bitcoin. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's my Bitcoin Gold ETF.
Bitcoin is up almost 2.67% today.
Silver is up 2.3%.
Do you guys want? Oh, whoa, Peloton.
Oh, Peloton just broke through its broke through the 200 moving day. And it broke through my 377 my fib level on the daily.
Yeah, the sun's strong today, man.
But since we're talking about, since y'all are talking about Bitcoin, look at Riot or IoT. There's a pullback. It's looking steady.
Yeah, that too is crossing through my fib levels in 200 day.
Yeah, that Riot chart is getting a buy signal in a 10-minute. This $10 level looks like it's pretty strong on Riot. What $10 level?
We start calling it peaceful protest.
Yup. I wonder what that sell was today on a 2-hour. You see that candle? It's a pretty big sell
Yeah, I
candle.
looked at that. No clue what that is about, though.
I don't
Probably.
think I'd say it.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's bullish for Apple. Is usually when they do all this redesign and that, it's going to make some of the older devices obsolete. Like they'll have to upgrade the boomers.
Apple is selling again. Almost at it's at 201.30 right now.
It's a nice price to get into the puts for 195 again on Apple.
Grab the 200 for 620.
Apple's position. Now it's at 180, peak positive.
Mm-hmm.
I like this.
Well, this has just been a chop day, chop suey.
I know. I just know this is what they're. I'm like, that's why I was sitting on my hands earlier. But this is garbage today.
Apple looks like it's creating an age pattern.
Yeah, I jumped into some Apple calls for Friday. Not calls, puts.
Oh, I was about to say what? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
I would
jumped into.
say good luck.
Yeah, I jumped into the 200 puts for 620.
I did the 195s, but I'm just going to start sizing in. Well, I see First Solar getting some calls for June 13th, 175. Damn, those are really out of the money.
Yeah, if that charge is that intraday chart.
Looks like it's fading though.
Yeah, it's just a lot of stuff that just needs bearish right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot of stuff that's bullish right now.
Come on, Apple, sell, baby.
Qs are, oh, I'm on the 2 hour, never mind.
Look at Adobe, look like it's ready to go test that low.
Hmm. Yeah, plug is definitely getting its fair share of volume today. It's up 25%.
Oh, OKLO, Oklo. Keep that on your watch list, man. This chart is just set up bullish as hell. It's starting to get into that overbought territory.
Oops, Apple under 201.
Let's go.
Warby Parker still looks good. WRBY.
Yes, sir. Warby. Warby is the GOAT. And Disney as well. I grabbed Disney, was it last week? Disney calls. Yeah, I grabbed Disney 120 calls last week on the 30th. Up 14% on the Disney 120s.
Yeah, everything's starting to pull back. Yeah, that level just stayed resistance for Qs. Just still can't seem to get past it. Man, that'd be crazy if we got a waterfall sell off in the day. Just dumped, kind of like what Apple did.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. Hold on, let me see if Trump started talking yet.
He hasn't. Oh, I think it's about to start now. Still hasn't started yet. Now I'm seeing it starts. Yeah, I don't know. They keep moving the time back.
Guys, I'm just looking at Apple here. It is breaking down, but I think that I'm not looking to short it, although that probably would work out. But it is looking like Apple's going to flush to make a new low. Now, I have a potential buying entry, an opportunity around this Fibonacci retrace zone 199.73. I might consider taking a stab at the long side of Apple again as a bit of a power hour trade. So I think if we get a flush into this 199.73 zone, that would sweep this liquidity here. It would likely stop a lot of longs out of their position. It would be hitting a nice Fibonacci zone. The only risk is that if you lose that area, 199.73, the next stop is your 618, 198.25. So I'm probably just going to play this with common shares, a bit of size on the commons. So that's how I'm thinking of trading this Apple day trade long bounce. You can see the S&P back testing the breakout zone to a T, being defended on the 5-minute chart as we speak. Very good sign. If you lose this vicinity, then we're testing 599.50. NVDA, we're still long NVIDIA off the 142.02 zone. I still think NVIDIA is looking constructive to move higher. But I want Apple to flush, make a new low of day, and I'd consider going long again. So again, so Apple's 50% retrace, 199.73. Pierce this upsloping trend line. Back test a key area. But we made a nice chunk on the first half of the Apple 200 calls. Put a stop loss in the second half to break even, got stopped out, which is naturally okay. We made money on the trade. Looking for another re-entry on the long side once Apple sweeps these liquidity lows. All right. NVIDIA is still strong there. Seeing a bit of backing and filling across it, some individual names. Healthy 15-minute pullback on SPY right now. Gold's still strong.
particularly those families who have been historically left behind. Mr. President, you articulated it perfectly. These Invest America accounts will give every new American child a genuine opportunity to participate in history's greatest engine of economic growth, the American economy. The funds of these accounts invested in American enterprise and innovation will grow over time into substantial nest eggs, providing support for education, home ownership, and starting families. The ability of families, friends, benefactors, and employers to match the government's generosity amplifies the life-changing potential of this initiative. Thank you, Mr. President, for your visionary leadership on this critical issue. These Invest America accounts will profoundly impact countless young Americans, ensuring they truly benefit from what Abraham Lincoln described as the right of every American, the right to rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. We really have come a long way since you came to see me about 6 months ago with your beautiful wife. We had a nice talk. I said, that sounds pretty good. Let's think about that. And it's everybody I've spoken to about it, they can't even believe it. And because of great politicians and political leaders like we have, I think this is going to go quickly, very well and very quickly. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. David Solomon, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm thrilled to be here with everyone and excited to participate in this important and timely discussion. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of so many in Congress on this very significant issue, and in particular the members here, and particularly the leadership of Senator Cruz and Representative Moore, who've played a big role in helping drive this forward. We also wouldn't be here today without the leadership of Brad Gerstner and Michael Dell in really having the vision, the energy, the passion, the commitment to help move this forward. So thank you both. There are many reasons why the United States has the largest and most dynamic and most innovative economy in the world. But one of the most important is the fact that our system of democratic capitalism incentivizes a culture that does not penalize people for taking risks. In fact, it incentivizes people to have a vision to go out and attract funding that's necessary to make their vision a reality. It is no mistake that many of the most important and innovative companies in the world today started in a parent's garage or on a college campus or in any one of a number of unlikely places in the United States. One of my worries is that our current and future generations of young people don't fully appreciate and aren't as educated as well as they can be on markets and capitalism. And while capitalism is not perfect, it helps fuel the American dream. This initiative gets at the core of binding those future generations to the benefits and the potential of America's great companies and markets. Early childhood investments have far-reaching benefits, and Goldman Sachs is proud to support this initiative. This is an exciting opportunity for public-private partnership and for both communities and companies to invest in young people, the future of America. Once we see the Invest in America Act signed into law, Goldman Sachs would be excited to further support this Invest in America initiative. We believe passionately in our capital markets. They are an enormous competitive strength for the United States, and we know that our economy's future vitality is dependent on young people understanding the power of investing for the long term and sharing in the benefits and ideas that bring value to the lives of people around the world. Thank you, Mr. President, for helping drive this forward, and I look forward to continued partnership on this effort.
Thank you very much, David. Dara, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us here today. It's an incredible honor to be here in a place that symbolizes the very opportunity that has defined my life. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Michael, for your vision. We all strive to build something that lasts, and the Invest America Act is a legacy that is going to last for generations. President Trump, thank you for your leadership. Your support is going to turn this powerful idea into powerful reality for millions of young Americans. Now, I was 9 years old when I came to this country. My family arrived in America having fled the Iranian Revolution. We had lost everything that we had built. But we gained something far more valuable here. We gained a chance to rebuild again. We had a close-knit family. We had access to world-class education. And we had the one thing that fuels every American dream, and that's hope. So what if we could bottle up that hope? What if we could give that same power of hope, real, tangible hope, that comes from having a stake in your own future and a stake in the best companies in the world, to every single child that's born in this country? That's the promise of the Invest America Act. It's not just an account, it's a launch pad. It puts the unstoppable engine of compounding to work for our kids, building a future for them from day one. This mission is personal to me, and it's core to us at Uber. Every day we see people using our platform to create opportunities for themselves, to save for a home, to pay for tuition, to build their own American dream one trip at a time. And that's why Uber is so proud to support this bill, which also includes benefits for millions of Uber drivers and couriers in the form of no tax on tips. Mr. President, our earners are grateful for your support.
Thank you very much. Right? What a great job. You know, when you think we're doing a lot of work on Iran right now, and I see that what you just said.
Hey guys, look at Oklo, OKLO.
Away from you, and you started, and you become one of the biggest anywhere in the world. What a great story that is.
Thank you very much.
Did it just pop?
Congratulations.
We wish you all the success there.
Thank you.
Sure
What is it
did.
doing? I
Yep.
can't look at it.
Yeah, it just popped. It's at 53.48. It's up 6% today. It's getting some serious volume.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first start off by thanking you for your leadership, your vision, your commitment to workers and families throughout this country. The One Big Beautiful Bill would not have been possible without you. And it delivers the largest tax cut in U.S. history, the largest mandatory spending cuts in U.S. history, the most significant welfare reforms in U.S. history, and the largest one-time investment in border security. So it's things to be extremely proud about. Representing Southeast Missouri, I'm extremely proud about how you're delivering for working families. No tax on tips. A waitress like the waitress in Nevada.
Tesla over 301.
And the other 4 million tipped employees in the country, they will see an extra $1,700 in their paycheck because of the no tax on tips. That's significant for someone who's just trying to put food on their table and clothes on their backs. The linemen working overtime to restore power will get an additional $1,750 into their paycheck. Seniors will get $72 billion in tax cuts. The Trump investment accounts will be a game changer for new parents, even before their newborn baby can walk or talk. Their child will have money saved to one day learn a trade, start a business, or to buy a home. Every child born under this policy will have a better shot at a future. It does not matter if they live on a city block or on a county road. This will make a significant difference to their lives, and it's because
Gold
of your
Pulse
leadership,
flow
Mr.
coming in.
President, and we say thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, and hopefully we're going to get that through. And we have a certain
Yeah, I
date,
grabbed it at
ideal
3:20
date.
July.
If it takes a little longer, that's okay, but ideally we're going to get by a certain date. And again, I think it's one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had before us and that the country's ever had. I'd like to ask, if I might, Brad Gerstner, one of the most successful people in our country. I'm a friend of Michael very much, and Michael has great respect. And if you don't mind, Brad, I'd like to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Well, first, it's a great honor and privilege to be here. We wouldn't be here without your leadership. And for me personally, to be here with my son, Lincoln Gerstner, happens to be named after the gentleman over your right shoulder.
Where's Lincoln? Well, he's good looking. He's much better looking than you. What happened?
Hey, we all want our kids to be better than ourselves. But it was around our small kitchen table that this idea was really born. I started off like Jason Smith in a small rural town in Indiana. My dad had lost everything in 1978 trying to start
an auto parts company, and the Japanese were tearing apart our auto industry. We had double-digit interest rates and inflation. Our family mortgaged the house to keep the company going and ultimately lost everything. So I know a little something about starting with nothing. And I know what it felt like that first time you had a little skin in the game, where you thought you had a shot. You went from nothing to something. And like Dara said, that is the great story of America. The promise that there's mobility, the promise we can move up that ladder. But today, we've moved to a society of dependency, right? I saw somebody answer the White House's tweet on this today by saying the answer to socialism is more capitalism. This is more capitalism. This is aligning every child in America with the upside of free markets and the benefits. And that is your Main Street agenda, Mr. President. No tax on tips, that doesn't help rich folks. That helps the people who feel left out and left behind. No tax on overtime, no tax or deduction on Social Security, and the Trump accounts, right, that everybody in this room are here and we've been working so hard on, but would never come to fruition without your leadership. Those will change the game forever. It makes America an ownership society again, because all of those kids will see the benefit of compounding. If you start with $1,000 and $750 is added a year by parents, grandparents, by churches, by the companies in this room who will all contribute to the accounts of the kids of their employees, by the great philanthropists in America. I think $750 is a low estimate per year.
I think so.
But if you do that, by age 18, Mr. President, these are worth $50,000. By age 30, they're worth $175,000. And if you do it every year of your life, at age 50, they're worth $1 million. You are giving the shot for every American to feel like they're in the game again. Part of America.
Tesla 30162.
That led Michael Dell to start Dell Computer in his dorm room, Dara to feel like he had a shot after coming here from Iran, and a couple poor kids from Missouri and Indiana to make it to where we are today. So thank you for your leadership. This would not happen without the reconciliation bill and the work of the many in this room, but spearheaded by the speaker and Jason Smith, the big, beautiful bill. This is the vehicle to get the Invest America Act passed. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Brett. Great job. And nobody knew I was going to call you. You might have done the best job of the group. Got to think about that, Mike. Good recommendation, Michael. Does anybody have any questions? I think it's something that's really got to be talked about because it's somewhat of a miracle that we're close to pulling it off. Please.
We put Independence Day as a self-imposed deadline, and we certainly hope, I believe, we can still meet that. It's up to the Senate. The bill is in the Senate's hands now, but I spoke with Leader Thune as recently as last night. He's feeling very optimistic. You see the Senate going through the same deliberations we went through in the House, that we had 14 months to do it. They've got a truncated time period to get that done, but as you all know, I've encouraged my dear friends and colleagues over there, don't modify it too much, because we've got a very delicate balance that we reached, and it took us a long time to get there. And we don't want to upset that balance too much. So they're putting their fingerprints on it. I hope it'll be a light touch, and they'll send it back, and we'll get this thing done and get to the president's desk.
And really, we have tremendous spirit. I've never seen anything like it. It's just an unbelievable. We'll always have a couple of people. I don't want to use the word grandstanders. I never use such a word, but you'll always have that a little bit. But maybe you won't even have that. Who knows? There's tremendous spirit for this bill. I think like we haven't seen very much, Jason, right? We haven't seen too much. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, you just mentioned Iran. Did you discuss Iran? Did you discuss the Gaza war?
Yeah, we discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. We're trying to do something with
Tesla 320 calls up 40%.
I think you should negotiate this. You might be better. I think I'm going to send you today. What a good idea. This could have been the idea of the day. We'll have Dara get up and negotiate. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. And we've told him that, and I've told him that, and I hope that's the way it works out, but it might not work out that way. We'll soon find out. Yeah, please.
When you were talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that statement is we have an incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about, he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening. And they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, "Well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening." So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over. I don't know. They have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yep, please.
Have you gotten
a crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Holman, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But we're getting them out. And I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they were on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to LA, and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American children instead of a 3-mile train track that never got built.
We could have put Lincoln in charge with no experience. He would have done a good job. I guarantee you that. All right, please, Peter.
Mr. President, have you gotten an update from your negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from you. Yeah, it seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, you, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires, I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing in, destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well,
But
you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people riding. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit for by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, "Thank goodness," they said, some of them, "Thank God that Trump got involved," and I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
what do you make of the fact that he says you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it. If you left it to people like him, and I like him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
In London, have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
What? Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy.
What are
Right?
the Qs doing now?
I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything, but we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
To lift export controls when it comes to China, did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. There weren't cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half. And it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually. I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
By Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
Here we go.
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move.
Tesla calls up 52%.
I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I had so many locations, I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to ask.
They did have an argument, but I didn't see it. I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
There was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And
This
can
is
you
the
give us an
long
update
zone
on
on
what's
SPY,
happening
guys.
to
SPY
the
needs to
entry of
defend
aid
this zone, or else we run the risk
Gaza
of
right
heading
now?
lower.
We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get in from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
Place, but then on True Social a bit later, you said they were insurrectionists. After what you said,
you're talking about in LA?
Yes, sir, in LA.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely, and it was amazing that
Is
the
high
job
risk,
that
high
the
risk
National
trade
Guard
SPY
did.
600.
And by the way, the police were working
0
very
DT
hard
call.
also.
600
But
0
you know,
DT
the
call.
police are
High
given
risk.
instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job. Which Tesla 320 calls up 65%. I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think so. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me. And maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it. Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Counter proposal from Iran today. Have you gotten that proposal? And what is the main impediment?
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's the main impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there.
SPY 600 calls are moving.
I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal. And I said, it's just not acceptable. I would say, yeah. I don't know what else I can talk about the weather.
Look at that spike.
You can talk about
Pretty much that's the main topic. Yeah.
Mr. President.
We talked about Lebanon also. Yeah, we did. Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador that I put there. Man I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't
That's
even
the
know
ripping.
he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived
Here
in
we
danger.
go,
He's a
big
very
push.
successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But Tesla 320 calls up 91%.
Beautiful. Up 22 cents on these contracts. SPY 600 calls are printing.
Beautiful parade coming up on
Looking
Saturday.
for one more little spike higher.
What's your biggest
Tesla
expectation
surging.
for that? And I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country. 2 weeks ago I was calling people. Trimming Tesla 320 calls, 100%. President Putin, including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II. And I said, wow, isn't that amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And
let's see if we can tap
can't forget
4601.
that. But France was celebrating. And as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it, and we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. You know, we've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be
Tesla's
politically
still
correct.
ripping 306.
So a lot of them we're changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg, others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. You know, we've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular. But we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television
curling down.
generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you know, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I could say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have many tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones.
Tesla flying
all from
still.
World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, great service. And remember, you know, think of it, we won so much.
By retracing.
We won World War I, World War II, so much else.
Tesla's still surging,
then we became
here.
politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years.
Tesla,
and we did it
SPY
in 3
going
weeks.
inversely.
You were there, you watched, right?
Falling
we
sharply now.
Military in the world. Nobody can beat
Tesla 320 calls, up 115%.
People running it like you had it in Afghanistan. When you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win, but we didn't used to be that way, and we're celebrating.
That's the pushing
because
now.
I think the day in
the strongest
Afghanistan
stocks up
was the
4.16%.
saddest period of time in the history of our country.
Shaking and moving.
That was a Biden mess.
My oh
With
my.
bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th, and it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have Arab, even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those
5-minute
Army
RSI on
airplanes
Tesla's
flying
getting a
over
little
the
bit
top.
overbought.
We have tanks all over.
We have a nice
Tesla
3-bar
320
surge,
calls up
impulse
130%.
breakout.
I'm out here.
Going to bravely march down the streets.
Congrats if you played that.
It's going to be a beautiful day, I think. And we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin,
The monster
is he
move
the
on
right
Tesla.
leader for California, considering
Very
how massive
bullish
their
recovery.
economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in?
It's crazy.
Is he
Apple
the
trickling
right
lower.
governor,
Trump saying
leader
he doesn't hate
for
Musk.
California?
I know, right? That's wild. I didn't expect these to get up here. I'm shocked.
You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that. But I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, here's the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the
SPY
advantages.
trying to break lower, still
and
technically
he didn't take
holding
advantage
support
of
here.
that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. Um, he should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send them in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
On supersonic flight.
Supersonic
Yes,
flight.
sir. I know you just signed an executive order on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde.
Those Home Depot 360 puts for 620, they're up 9%.
And today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art, the beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time, and there's no reason for it. Because, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic
Looks
boom
like
thing pretty
Tesla
well
wants to
figured
try to
out.
push for its 7-day
The
moving average.
technology changes,
Not today, but over the next
change in
couple
the skin,
sessions,
the change in
which will
weight,
put it back into the
all of the other
320
things.
zone.
There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location. So we've regressed, and we're going to progress. Okay? Right. Sort of an amazing thing, isn't it? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, please.
Los Angeles. Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, personally, it should have never been built, because you can fly there for $2. And what are you doing?
Final 15 minutes.
You could drive. You could do lots of different things. If they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven, white glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars, as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. I've seen cost overruns. I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I've never seen cost overruns. You see it where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles, where it's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere, because I happen to like one of those little cities very much, but it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly before him, but he really blew it. So, all right, one more question.
That were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp
On a what?
Your time at Camp David. Can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. We're going to, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. Wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age, it's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Massive gain for Tesla there.
Jesus
Massive gain.
Christ.
The important thing is,
You got it, folks.
let's see if it holds into the close here as NVIDIA is curling down. You did see the S&P take a little bit of profit taking. Still holding above 600 on SPY.
Yeah, he didn't have nothing to do with the Tesla pump. Tesla was headed that way. You didn't know on top of that before he ever came out.
One of my favorite chart setups is RIG, R-I-G. Beautiful technical breakout on ticker RIG. XYZ still just continuing to shake and move higher. Looking good. Adobe still looks like it wants to try to press higher. Look at Boeing. Boeing is just soaring. Boeing's close to a short here, guys. Boeing is close to a short here. I'm very tempted. NVIDIA spiking. Look at that 1 minute spike on the markets there. Big spike there in NVIDIA. Apple trying to firm up as well. We are seeing SPY pressing here. Final 9 minutes. Does look like the markets want to press a bit more. Overall, it's been a pretty good day for us. A lot of profits secured on day trades, profits secured on swing trades. We've closed hood profits. On the swing side, we took some profits on SPY calls. We took some profits on Palantir, PLTR. Take a peek at that one. Pushed 131. So our 127 June 20th calls went deep in the money. We nearly picked the low on that name, and this name looks like it's going to breach and break out, but maybe it needs to just consolidate a touch more. But semiconductors have been the bright spot in the market today. A few names are showing weakness, names like Okta, which are at the lows of the session. AVGO also at the lows of the session. I think AVGO, if AVGO backtests this 20-day moving average, I'd be a buyer. I'd definitely be a buyer in that zone. Look at the surge on Apple late into the close here, guys. AAPL upticking. Beautiful move on Apple. Wow, look at that thing. Ripping. So again, it's nice to know we've held through a lot of volatility with these SPY calls. One of our best trades right now in the portfolio is still XYZ, $70 calls, mid-July expiry. We also have July 3rd 600 SPY calls, which are up nicely. That's a big gainer. Took some profits on the 602 June 11th calls today, which still have a little bit more time to go. Still looking like NVDA 144. July 3rd calls still look very good. Tesla had a nice recovery. Hoping that this is the little bit of a local bottom for Tesla and we push into the 320 plus zone. I have a parallel channel that could easily take us into 320. But very, very bullish price action for Tesla today. As long as it holds. As long as it holds. All right, a little bit of a sell side candle coming into SPY. I'm just scrolling through some charts here late into the session. Oil stocks doing very, very well. Our rig $3 calls are about 11 cents out of the money. Or sorry, about 11 cents, yeah, out of the money. Pan W, another name that's struggling today. Netflix struggling. Let's see, solar stocks are doing well, except for First Solar. Names like Enphase is doing well. Look at ticker NRSN getting a little overbought. That's on watch for a short trade tomorrow. Definitely a little bit of a dip there into the session. Let's see, Datadog, that's dipping a little bit. SNPS still strong. Upstart up 6% today, that's nice. Ooh, UPST is this one could squeeze, guys. UPST could absolutely squeeze. Look at this daily chart breakout today on UPST. That could be a high volume squeeze stock. Clear breakout today. I'd buy a pullback. Inverse head and shoulders on UPST has squeezed. Wow. Big, big mover. DraftKings. Copper stocks are doing well today. So a little bit of profit taking into the open. SPY is trying to lose 600. Again, SPY is trying to lose 600. Buy now, pay later stocks surging. Airbnb under a little bit of pressure. Final 2 minutes here in the session. Final 2 minutes in the session. SPY losing 600 for the time being. NVIDIA trying to perk up. Alright guys, I am going to close my NVIDIA shares here, 142. This is the day trade. I'm looking to close it by the end of the bell here. So we have about 1:30, so not a lot of time left. Net gain right now, 70 cents per share. We'll see if we get a late minute pop here into the close. But I will be closing the NVIDIA day trade long. Again, this is just a day trade. Another little winner on the session. SPY melting into the next support zone, which is 599.46 if it loses this vicinity. But definitely seeing some profit taking late into the close. Meta's gone negative into the open, into the close. Looking at Microsoft, I'm so close to shorting Microsoft. I want to see it make one more little high spike. There's another little sell-off there in SPY. Alright, I'm all out of my NVIDIA, just because we are selling off here, but all out of NVIDIA common shares. Guys, Microsoft puts look good. Looking at Microsoft 467 puts. Not enough time to enter them today. Right, that's a session. So congratulations on a couple of our trades. We executed flawlessly on our main setup, which was Micron MU. So that one again, we shorted nicely off of the 111.77 level and higher. That came in quite sharply. Great job. We also banked on our hood puts today and common shares short with members. We closed near the 69, 68.80 level. So wonderful job there. We also banked on some SPY longs. We took some calls after the first 30-minute candle and it grinded higher almost into the 602 zone. Nevertheless, beautiful trade on that front. Overall, Tesla had a phenomenal rebound from the lows. You can see it's recaptured some key levels and traded above that high pivot, that first initial bounce. Whenever a stock has a dead cat bounce, gets sold into, retests a low, holds a higher low, and then makes a bit of a higher high, that's a bullish sign. We now have a channel to trade against, and I do think it's going to head to the top of the channel. Needless to say, this channel could still be shaping up a bit of a bear flag on Tesla, but we'll discuss that a little bit more in a daily analysis video. Overall, again, thank you all for tuning into the live stream today. We will have more price action tomorrow, and stay tuned for a little bit more analysis on YouTube. Cheers, guys. Thanks.